Yeah. Sorry about that. I had to get in my chair right nicely.
You can't expect me to take.
I see you. I see you. Everybody, good morning. Good morning. Almost afternoon for those of you on the East Coast and everywhere else. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. Today is Wednesday, February 15, 2023. We're going to have a great show for you today. Lots of debate on this topic. I know you see it on the marquee and in the title. All right. Men and women can't be friends. All right. So, greetings and thanks to everybody who decided to tune in to us today. If you are tuning in with us within the States, I appreciate that for you and salute. If you are tuning into us abroad, if you are in the UK, Africa, anywhere in Europe, thank you for your support on the Lapeef Network. Make sure you subscribe and like this video. Like the video, subscribe to the network, subscribe to the Lapeef Experience, subscribe to the Trigger Mike Show channel. And we always appreciate your support and contribution for this hot content. All right. For this hot content, we always appreciate a financial contribution if you can. But if you cannot, I got something. I got something for you, something for you to do. I want you to go down there, of course, like and subscribe, but go down there in that little area. You're going to see a share button. Share this out to your Instagram chat without leaving the stream. Share this out to your Facebook news feed and any other social network you have. Let people know you are tuned into the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network every day in the morning. This gets people through their work day. If you want to share what you're listening to with other folks and give them, spread the love and let them know this is the chat that you're interacting with, go ahead and share this out to those people right now. If you are abroad, international, UK, Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, any of those countries, and you're tuning in with us, make sure you share that out. I know y'all use WhatsApp a lot. Share this out to your WhatsApp chat and let people know this is the hottest show representing for the people right now. The Trigger Mike Show is taking over. It's going to be the best show on YouTube. I'm telling you. Just give it time. Just give it time. Because we go there. These are the topics people need to hear and get in on. Your opinion is always welcome on the Trigger Mike Show. All right? So make sure you do that. Let me give shouts out to my chat. Go ahead and subscribe to the Lapeef Network. Join the channel if you can. Get all the perks. All right? Get all the perks. What's going on? Setting the record straight. 06, my man. Mr. Rich, Marriage, Politics, and Sports. Check out his channel too. All right. Carlton Epps, what's up? My man Bruiser in the building. What's going on? Jeffrey Woodland, what's up? What's up? Khalif, I know. Look, this is going to be a great topic. I'm going to ask y'all to stay tuned for it. Hack, what's going on? Hidden Gems, my man. Talk to you soon. Traditional and Modern Talks, what's going on with you? Good morning to you. All right. Oh, that's my man Moses. Okay, what's going on, Moses? After my monologue, hope to see you in on this topic as well. All right. So the topic for today, ladies and gentlemen, is men and women can't be friends. Now, when I say that, it's going to trigger a lot of people. Men and women alike, but mostly women. Men and women alike, but mostly women. Clement Gray, what's going on? I see you. Thank you for coming through and listening in. All right. Men and women can't be friends. That is my stance. By the time I'm done with my monologue, all right, y'all might believe me, but I want your opinion. Okay, Harrison Davis, what's up? I see you. 757 in the building. I want you to be very careful, ladies and gentlemen, in this chat today. Let me explain why. I need you to take your time and pace yourself while I'm doing my monologue. If you feel a way, you know you can come up and talk with me personally. But I want you to be careful in this chat today. Because on this topic, by the time I'm done sharing my perspective with you, you will either realize that you have been miscategorizing all of the people in your life that aren't family, or you're going to accidentally give away and expose your sneaky link. Ooh, or that partner you have in waiting. So I need y'all to chill and let me get through the monologue before you say anything spicy. Of course, interact. Let me know what y'all thinking about what I'm saying, anything y'all disagree with. But I want you to hold the spicy talk before you launch an investigation on your own ass, okay? By the time I'm done, you will either see my perspective and see it the way I see it. You're going to realize that you're miscategorizing the non-family members that you have in your life, or you accidentally going to expose your sneaky link or that partner you have waiting if or when your relationship ends. All right. I also want to hear what everybody's thoughts are in the chat. Let me know what you think on this particular topic. Can men and women be friends? Now, continuing on, let's get into this further. Remember, I said men and women can't be friends. I didn't say boys and girls can't be friends. I am talking about grown men and women. All right? Grown men and women can't be friends. My perspective on this is going to help you in your relationship or your marriage. So I want to make that clear. This is the angle that I'm coming from. Let me put this damn comb down. That's the angle I'm coming from. Okay? This is supposed to help you in your relationship and your marriage. My perspective is going to help you categorize so you can stop miscategorizing the people in your life. All right? If you are an adult, male or female, you must fully understand the implications of maintaining friendships with the opposite sex. It's not easy work like everybody says it is. It shouldn't just be one of those throwaway topics like, oh, that's just my friend. You know how many times we've heard that? I don't think we trust it, nor should we in this generation for real. But let's continue. We have to categorize these things correctly. Everybody keeps misusing the term friend. That's the first point I want to make. People seriously misuse, maybe even abuse the term friend. That's my first point on this. There are 3 categories I want to highlight for you this morning. The first one is acquaintance slash associate. Acquaintance slash associate. I've heard those things used interchangeably. That's why I put them both there. But really acquaintance, all right? Acquaintance, according to Google, I like to use Google because, it just puts together all the definitions that you want and the most searched one, rather. An acquaintance is a person one knows slightly, but who is not a close friend. An acquaintance is a person one knows slightly, but who is not a close friend. The other one I want you to note is, what is a colleague? A colleague is a person with whom one works in a profession or a business. Do y'all see where I'm going with this? All these people y'all calling y'all friends? Let me continue. A colleague is a person with whom one works in a profession or a business. So those people that you work with, they ain't your friends. Large majority of them aren't your friends. Those are your colleagues. You need to categorize them correctly. It's going to do wonders for you in your life. I cannot stand when people come and talk about something their friend did at work. I can't believe my friend would do this to me. That is your colleague. Always will be, always has been. That is your colleague. Let me explain to you the textbook definition of friend so we can stop loosely using this word and damaging it and keep damaging the lives of other people by miscategorizing them as friends. A friend is a person whom one knows and with whom one has a bond of mutual affection, typically exclusive of sexual or family relations. Last part is on point. A friend, I'm going to define it again, is a person whom one knows and with whom one has a bond of mutual affection, typically exclusive of sexual or family relations. Those are your friends. That is the definition. Most of the people that y'all are calling your friends are your acquaintances or your colleagues. Categorize it right. You can even use the term associate if you don't like the term acquaintance. These people are not your friends. I believe personally that people actually have very few friends and throughout a lifetime, probably less than 10. Real, real honest to God, true friends. Do you know what friends are? Other than the people in your family, other than your spouse, other than your in laws and all of them, a friend is an emergency contact. A friend is a first line babysitter. You don't even have to worry. You might not even have to call. That's what friends do. That's what a friend is. Let me give you an example real quick of how people keep miscategorizing this. If I have a colleague at work, and I've been in healthcare for a very long time and healthcare education after the fact. People love calling me their friends. I'm so friendly. I'm very friendly. I was made that way. I want people to know that I'm available if they need help. I want people to know that I will go the extra mile to help them as a colleague to make their job and their life easier. In fact, I always do that stuff selfishly because I know it just make me look good, and eventually I'm gonna need it for a promotion. But I'm always willing to do that for anybody. So tons of people at work call me their friend. So as a colleague, they might call me their friend, but as a colleague, one of my female colleagues can call me outside and say, Mike, hey, buddy, this is the type of stuff I used to get to text. I used to get at work, being one of the only guys in the building at any time of the day or night. Hey, can you help me with my tire? Something's going on with my car. Can you take a look at it for me? As a colleague, I can absolutely do that. We're still here at work. You've told everybody what was going on. I'm the man. Everybody expects me to fix it or go out and see what the problem is. As your colleague, I can do that. We're at work. We're in this arena. Colleagues can help each other out in that way. Now, say I was at home, 10 o'clock at night, in the house, laughing with my wife. My children just went to bed. I'm trying to get, I'm trying to rub on her shoulders, let her know we drinking wine. And my phone goes off. And it's that colleague from work. Can she call me at 10 o'clock at night and ask me to come out to the building to help her with her flat tire? Yes or no? I'm going to pause and wait for it. Yes or no? Can my colleague do that? Can she call me while I'm laid up with my wife at 10 o'clock at night and ask me to change her flat tire? Ask me to help her diagnose a problem with her car? Yes or no? I see a no. Jeffrey Woodland says no. Miss Jill says hell no. Woozy says nah. Daryl Brown says not at all. Jamal says no. Jay from Philly is toxic as hell. He said yes. He must be single. He must be trying to get some ass. Lacey says nope. Clement Gray is thinking. See, my man thinking. You won't be getting no ass. You better stay your ass at home. That's what I'm talking about. Use that sixth sense. My man Moses says never. Y'all know what we're getting at here. Y'all know where we're getting at. Friends can do that. You can go out and help your friend. But let me continue and let you know what type of friend this is supposed to be. Because some of y'all ladies, and as I'm talking, some of you are realizing that you may be asking too much of your colleagues. You're miscategorizing who your colleagues are. If you've ever been rejected by a colleague, you can understand how that person categorized you. They weren't being mean to you. They weren't being rude to you. You miscategorized them. You called them at the wrong time and they couldn't help you. You were out of line, not them. All right. What is Trigger Mike's perspective on this? I want to talk about how this affects your relationships and marriages. Excuse me. You have to put your friends of the opposite sex in a new category. Let me explain this to you. The people that you call your friends, if they are the opposite sex, if you are a man and the friend is a woman, if you are a woman and the friend is a man, you have to be able to transition them into new phases of your life, or else that person is not your damn friend. You should be able to move them into a new category called extended family or family friend. Y'all see where I'm going with this? What does extended family / family friend mean? I'm going to explain it further. And this is extremely important. I know y'all want to share this out now to some people that might be crossing boundaries and whatnot. Share this out to people. Let them know. I know y'all got a sister that's trifling and think she can just ruin people's relationship because that was her friend first. Share this out to that toxic ass sister you got that keeps calling that married man at all times of the night. She need to hear this. He was my friend first. Yeah, I know. We know who you are. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not picking on ladies. I know very few dudes that be out here texting a married woman at night because he gonna have to deal with that dude. He not stupid. Very few men I've ever heard. Women though, ladies, you can stay on code if you want to. Women though, shoot. All right. If your friend does not want to establish and maintain a cordial relationship with your significant other or spouse, you got a red flag on your hands. If your friend does not want to establish and maintain a cordial relationship with your significant other or spouse, red flag. It's story time. I have two and a possible. I'll explain the possible. Female family friends. And this happened by default. So let me explain this to you. As a single man, when I was living as a single man, I had plenty of female friends. I'm not talking to somebody who did this the right way at all. I've made my mistakes by miscategorizing people in my life. Then I grew the fuck up. You understand? So it wouldn't ruin other things in my life. So I'm trying to put some knowledge on you fellas and a lot of you ladies as well. I had two and a possible female friends by default. So a lot of women, when I was single, I called my friends, yo, this the homegirl, this the homie. We chilling just like we did in college, or, if I didn't go to college with them, just, girls around the way. You know how it is. Everything changed when I moved to Houston, Texas. This was one of those points. This is one of those phases that I'm talking about in a man's life. I started to focus. That was what my whole move was about. Man, let me get out of Hampton Roads, man. These girls trying to get pregnant. They're trying to get my military benefits. They're trying to lock me down. I don't want to be here forever. This job market don't pay nothing. I started talking like that. I started maturing a little bit. As I started to establish myself and attempt to be more mature, I had no idea some of these female friends started catching feelings. And I'm going to explain to you how I found this out. They were constantly visiting me in Houston. And to be honest, where I'm from in the East Coast, VA, people don't move to Houston. Everybody moves to DC. Everybody moves to Atlanta. Some people move to Miami. Some people move to New York. They just go up and down the East Coast. Nobody moves to Houston. So I was a hot topic. Everybody. I mean, weekend. The first time I got here, it wasn't a month before I had a booked weekend of people just wanting to come visit. Some of them are the female friends that we're talking about. So they would come visit me and no bed rocking. No bed rocking at all. These are people that said they were my homies, right? And I started to get it like, okay, they're trying to scale up this friendship. They're being a little too touchy-feely and all of that. So naturally, one of those people that came to visit was my ex-girlfriend, now wife. I guess she caught the fever too. She was like, let me go visit this boy because all these girls that keep taking pictures with him and all this stuff. I seen that girl in the side of his picture. Let me put a stop to that. And she did. So when me and her, she moved here, by the way, and that was the catalyst for everything I'm about to say. She decided she was gonna pop up on my ass. All right, yeah, babe, I'm telling the whole story. She watching right now, like, don't tell this damn story. I'm telling the whole story. She decided to be like, nope, I'm canceling this. Fun time over. She popped up on my ass and moved her ass to Houston, Texas, from Philadelphia, of all places. Okay? She was doing very well there and was like, nope. Hey, big head. I see. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Jeffrey Willis. She popped a hey, big head on my ass. Stopped the whole show. Now, when she did that and we became exclusive again, all of these female friends started tripping. I had been single for a minute. They had all this time to tell me how they felt. Now, all of a sudden, everybody got feelings because I'm not available no more, because they can't come visit, because they can't use my couch. And all of these feelings came out. I wouldn't have known, because as somebody who's trying to do it the right way, like I said, I prefaced this for you. I'm trying to be mature. I'm trying to do things the right way. I'm trying to set a good example for my brother and a good example for my sisters, and move toward the institution of marriage as I was taught my whole life and what my parents and family expect of me. I was trying to be that man. So as I'm trying to share this with my quote unquote friends, they getting upset. Now, needless to say, they were not interested in getting to know my new girl, now wife, at all. Or, ex-girl, now wife. They weren't interested in getting to know her. They weren't interested in visiting and having to see her. They weren't interested in knowing her at all. Listen to me very closely, fellas. Y'all can call me whatever the hell you want to, but I'm going to tell you right now, as somebody who's trying to tell you how to do this the right way, you cannot maintain a personal friendship with a woman outside of your wife. Personal friendship. You cannot do it. She is either an acquaintance, a colleague, or a family friend. She cannot be your friend. If you aren't married and you feel like that's where your relationship is going, and you got a lot of male friends, I would suggest you put that friendship on hold and focus on your relationship. If we really want to be real, the miscategorization of what I'm saying is leading to a lot of the mischief in your relationship. He don't know what you got going on with that man. You cannot maintain personal friendships with people of the opposite sex if you are married. You must recategorize these people, or you may have been miscategorizing these people. Then when you get married, when you lock that relationship down, when it is long term, that person must be reassumed as a family friend. He got to be both of y'all friend. He can have a relationship outside of you with your husband or your man. That is how you do it. You cannot have a personal friendship, ladies, with him. Trigger alert. I know y'all ladies have been triggered by this. You know what? Raina says, unless they're, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to go there. We're talking about hetero stuff today. I know a lot of ladies are going to be triggered by this. All right. Let me tell you why the ladies are going to be more triggered than the guys. The ladies are going to claim to have more male friends than men have female friends. I'm going to tell you why that is. Ladies, you love having male friends. Why? Having male friends is a great benefit for you. You get male attention, male advice, protection, chivalry, favors. Y'all expect, don't lie, don't cap. When some of y'all go out with your male friends, he pays for you. Don't cap. You enjoy the chivalry and the benefits of being around your male friends. That's why women are like, I have male friends. Men, you realize you have very few female friends because you don't benefit from having female friends at all. It is within your nature to understand that if you do have female friends, you've likely already moved her over into the family category. That's your fam right there. She knows your mama. You would put her down as an emergency contact. The female friends that I currently have are family friends. They know my wife. They know my brother and my sisters. They've met my dad. My dad don't be knowing what's going on. If I brought them, one of them he knows, but the other one, he'd be like, who is this? Who is this on my couch? Oh, I've met her. Okay. But they met my whole family. When I go visit them, even when I'm by myself, I go out with her and her husband and her children. We don't go out by ourselves. I talk to him on Facebook more than I talk to her. They are now family friends. I will show them the same courtesy when they come here and visit me. We no longer have a relationship with each other outside of our spouses. I know it hurts some of y'all feelings, but it must be done if you smart and want to maintain what you got. Now, ladies, I know I triggered you a little bit. Let me drop this link so y'all can come up and chat with me. Link is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Come up and tell me your feelings. If you want to fill out a hurt feelings report, HR isn't here right now, but you can let me know. We'll get you a form. Hurt feelings reports on deck. Ladies, let me tell you, those of you who believe that you have male friends, ladies, I have a challenge for you. If you think that there is some dude out there, because I'm going to tell on the dudes real quick, and I'm not even really telling. This is supposed to already be known. If you think you got male friends, real honest to God male friends, call your male friend up and offer him some booty. Do it right now. Don't wait. If he at work, send a text. I've conducted this experiment almost 20 times. If it wasn't flat out okays, yeses, it was something asking for further information. It was never and has never been a no. Not one time has the dude said no outright. Not one time has the dude said, nah, I don't want to mess up our friendship. That's the shit girls say. Nah, I don't want to mess up our friendship. You know, we've known each other too long. He will risk it all to smash the hell out your ass. He's been in waiting. He's been sitting in the cut. See, y'all not using y'all logic. Y'all don't understand that we know we're in the friend zone. The friend zone is just a preliminary waiting area for the box. Y'all go through so many emotions through your life. We have been dreaming for that text to come through. I have been the dude. Let's tell on ourselves. I have been the dude who did not want to meet a girl's Dude, I didn't want to meet her man because I'm trying to smash her. You won for now, bro. I don't want to meet you. Let you mess up. Let you mess up. She coming crying on my shoulder. I know what wine she like. I'm going to pat her ass up right then and there. So she could do that starry-eyed look when she look at me and be like, she about to give me the ass. It was going to work eventually. Dudes will wait in the cut for that. I've been that dude before. More than once. Okay, but I've been that dude before, and I was not dirty macking. Stop it. It's not dirty macking. It's not dirty macking. If you don't talk trash about the other dude. That I do not do. Men, actually, most men don't dirty mac. Dirty macking is impatient. Dirty macking is immature. You don't know how to play the game correctly. That's not dirty macking if you don't talk trash or try to, manipulate, turn her against the other guy. Most dudes have done that before. Like, damn, how do I get an in with this woman? She done friend zone my ass. And sometimes it happens naturally. When you meet her, she got a dude. Y'all might have a class together. Y'all might work together, whatever. So you just sitting and waiting. I'm not going to make my move. I'm not going to disrespect that guy. Most men know what I'm talking about and have done this before. Ladies, what do you got? Are you scared? Talk to me. You think you got male friends? Offer him some ass. Offer him some booty. And see what he say. It ain't going to be a no. They're going to be acting all nonchalant. First off, they know you got a dude. They're going to be like, what? You crazy. You for real? Who is this? Because they're going to think it's him texting. All right? They're going to think it's him. They're going to want further clarification. They're going to want to talk on the phone later. They're going to ask for a FaceTime real quick. But they're not going to say no. Let me drop this link again. Y'all can come up and chat with your boy. Link is in the chat. If you got hurt feelings reports, if you want to tell on yourself real quick. But what do y'all think? Let me look at some of these comments. Jamal Mason says, I've tried to smash every female friend I ever had. Man, thank you for the honesty. Because we tell it like it is on the Trigger Mike show. None of this capping that y'all doing. Thank you for the honesty, my brother. No male friends when married, Raina says. Thank you for that. Bruh, I've said that hella times. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but I'm sure it was something good. Daryl Brown says, I tell my homegirls this, stop messing with men who don't get boxed. Okay. Oh, my sister, the Wife School podcast says Mike's telling the truth. Oh, I know. People don't like the truth. It's the ugly truth. What's going on, Sparkle? What's going on, Moses?
Hey.
I don't know if I added you or he added himself. What up? What up? Let me turn on this fan real quick. Sparkle, you start. Tell them what you got on the topic. What are your thoughts so far?
Everything you're saying is true. It's so true. Now, I used to be one of them women that used to think, yeah, we can have friends that are guys and all the rest of it. But I really believe that unless it's family or close family, you can't call them friends. Story time. There was a guy that used to talk to me about all his girlfriend problems because I tell it straight, as you guys know. So he used to come to me for like the female perspective and sort of cry to me about his baby mama dramas and all the rest of it. But I know for a fact that if I had a text and said, you fancy some, he'd have done it. I know that. I know that. And he used to paint it like, oh no, he's not into it. But I know, because he used to flirt. Mm-hmm. So it's, yeah, it's facts. Sad but true, ladies, but it's facts.
I think women will benefit greatly from understanding what male nature actually is. Because I know that women believe that they can be our friend. But once you understand the male nature, that we don't benefit from having female friends unless it's that one, yeah, we can get a perspective from you every now and again, but we could do that from anyone. We could do that from our mom. We can get it from our sisters. We can get it from our aunt. We can get it from anybody platonic. In fact, it might even be better to get it from those people. But we want to smash eventually. I mean, that's the thing. Like literally, we want to smash. Most of those women that, were my female friends, like Jamal said, I would have smashed. If I wasn't in a relationship, that's the only time they were around. Because eventually I'm trying to smash. I'm trying to see something. Moses, what's going on, my guy? Good morning to you. Or good
Hey, good
afternoon.
morning, everybody. Thanks for having me on again. So this is a topic that I really think has been a common conversation since last year and before that. It's sad because people don't understand this is like a hidden motive. You know what I'm saying? It's like what's it called? They call it it's the Trojan horse.
Mhm.
It's a good concept because I think people don't understand. Women have all these guy friends. You know what I'm saying? You would think nobody liked you. That not just that one, not that one guy that wanted to see themselves smashing you. Would you think that just being friends? I mean, how would you assume that every guy just wants to be cool with you? Like, even guys that want a good woman, like we see that one woman, we're gonna try to be cool with her for a long time until she comes our way. That's always gonna happen. Like men's nature, when we see them hips, it's always trying to smash. But the thing is, some of us that want a good woman, we gonna wait in that friend zone. Be that crying shoulder one day, which he's like,
Mhm.
Tyrone, he used me. Yeah, Tyrone, right? Okay, well, Tyrone ain't here. I'm here for you. You know what I'm saying? Make
Yeah.
sure you cry on that shoulder. But I feel you on this topic, though. This is a very trivia topic. People got to understand women can't be just friends with men. They can't.
All right. So I'm gonna ask you the first question because it was a little different for Sparkle, but I'm gonna ask it to you. So I want you to frame it a little better.
Okay.
What is the nature of men regarding their female friends? I want you to go in a little bit more detail on how we look at it. Because I don't want to make us look like trash. Like, there are times, like I said, there are times where you can have platonic friends, but it's going to turn into something else. There's usually a barrier between y'all. You can't help but meet. You got female colleagues at work. You got, when you were in school, you had, girls you went to school with. Y'all worked on group projects together. So you can be very friendly with them.
Yeah,
Go ahead and
friendly.
expound on that.
Yeah, so friendly, like like let's say you get married, your wife's sister, her mother, her aunt, all those are the women you connect with in their life, right? Her sisters, her family is the women that those are your people, and your siblings and the women on your side are her people, versus like colleagues in a job. That's a different story. Where if I go to work, everybody knows me. I'm the colleague. I'm the guy that knows most of the women. I'm cool with them. But outside the job, we're not texting and calling like, "What's up, boo?" You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing all that stuff. We talking about just keeping it cordial, but we don't need to talk outside work unless it's not about work. Because see, the thing is, people who may go outside the boundaries may want more if they're seeking
Mhm.
something that might be there. But the problem is, many are not sure about the intention. They always assume like, "Oh, we're just cool." Everybody may not say that, but it's always the actions that speak louder. You know what I'm saying? Because there might be that one employee that might like you very like a lot, and
Mhm.
like I've seen situations where a woman had an interest in me, but I'm like she came off more than a friend in a sense. But it's like, dang, I'm like, aren't you married? You know what I'm saying? And it seems like we have ladies that may feel something for a guy that might be that fantasy they never seen in a guy that their husband can't be. You see what I'm saying? So I think a
Yep.
lot of ladies have to understand that. And then for guys, not to sound like we trash, but men have the instinct to talk to different women. Like, let's be real. Everybody got a list. You know what I'm saying? They got that first A class, then B class, C class, D class. They trying to go
Yeah.
through who got the best options to give us the opportunity for what we're praying and hoping for. Because a lot of guys, let's be real, we want that type of woman that we can see fit in our family. Because we think about kids and how she gonna be as a woman, as a wife and a mother. Some of us think about that future, the future ahead of a time, you know what I'm saying? But that's something I've seen with different conversations in that, topic that we're talking on.
Indeed, indeed. So I'm gonna answer it like this: the nature of males regarding female friends. The reason I brought up that family friend category is because there are women that have been in the trenches with me through a lot of stuff. So you tend to have more sister like, yo, this is my sister right here. And when you get into a relationship with another woman, it should be apparent to her that I can't get rid of this person because this person is rooted within his whole family. So it's easier to explain in that situation when your mama invited her somewhere. But this person is also very willing to meet your wife, your woman. She's also, she got her own man. Like, and girls, y'all say y'all got intuition. Y'all better use it for this. This is something y'all better use it for. Some women are weary of everybody, but if y'all watching a woman close enough, if she wants your man. I heard a woman say, I invited this lady over on purpose just to see how much eye contact she made with me, with him. I was like, that's genius. I got close to him on purpose just to see if that's where her eyes went, like, what's going on over here. I understand the power of looks. So that was actually pretty smart. She brought the lady around. I'm going to bring you close. I ain't going to push you away. I want to see this, up close. But it's the nature of men to either push girls into that family category. And let me explain that a little further. Because the weird part about men, and this, a lot of us will smash anything. Get the right amount of drinks in it. A lot of men will smash anything. A lot of men have no standards. We say black men, a lot of men ain't getting ass. So a lot of men don't have no standards. But if you have developed such a good friendship with a woman that she's now family, you have to be a little repulsed at the thought of having intimate relations with her. And I think for a man, it takes a lot to achieve that. So the 2/3 friends that I got, that's where we're at. Y'all know my family. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry, 2 of them know my family. One of them was an acquaintance. And her and my wife are actually friends now, more than me and her friend. You know what I mean? We were acquaintances from college. When I moved here, she lived here. So she's rolling out the red carpet. Oh my gosh, somebody else from college lives here. Then she was super eager to meet my girl, super eager to invite us everywhere. You see what I'm saying? And then they became friends. They left me out of it completely. So it can happen in a myriad of ways, but it needs to be respectful to your relationship at all times. All right. So my next question to you, and I'm glad we got a man on this. If your significant other receives a call, a late night call in the middle of the night, as I described before, from a male friend asking for help or asking for something, advice, that's like I said, men, they don't want help fixing their tire or nothing, but asking for advice, what's your response?
So you said getting advice. Okay, someone calling in the middle of the night from the friend of the wife, right? Okay, I mean, this is troubling, first of all, to see that call coming in at night. Second of all, I think with that kind of call coming in, it kind of made me raise a couple of questions. One, why are you having this guy talk to you at this time of night calling you? Why does this person call you at this time, having this boundary unmet that you let him allow you to call you? 2, how long you guys know each other for so long to be this close? And 3, how long do you expect this to last? Because right now it's about to end. Because this is not about to keep going in my house, especially if I didn't know. Because that's the thing. Some people don't let that be known until it's too late. And then it gets too close to that person in their marriage. It's like, how do you let that person get so close? And you got them at your house holding your new child or something. Talking about, this is my new son. You want to hold him? Talking about, Tyrone, this is my son. You want to see him? Tyrone hold my son? Man, you better get out of here. You better, this something that I'm not going to say it on live. I'm going to get in trouble. But that's the thing men don't want to see, because I'll be honest with you, men do not want to be to the territory stepped on like that. Like we are very territorial for a reason as men, biology. You know what I'm saying? We cannot let that happen. And especially when women don't want to be so lenient and think, well, he's just a friend. Like, this ain't that song. You say he's just a friend. Like, this ain't those times. You know, guys, I mean, look, let's be real. A small crack in a relationship to something like that can mean many things coming in that relationship to end it. You know what I'm saying? That's why marriage is so fragile today, because many could just leave. You know what I'm saying? That one guy could say that one thing. Oh, well, Moses ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? I could take care of you this way. I could do it that way. And then that fantasy starts running. How long does that fantasy keep going until it gets to that point where you're like, you know what? I'm about to leave. My man, he told me he's going to pick me up. We're going to be going to our new home. You know how many people have done that? That's a common thing. They want that relationship because that guy gave them a fantasy. Usually the fakest dudes who try to act like they're hard. I mean, they're usually the ones that got this mindset where they can come up with something so special, makes them believe it so well. So I mean, that's not gonna end well. That someone's gonna get hurt for real.
Indeed. So on this particular thing, if if so my wife has one acquaintance from college
Uh-oh.
that moved here. He made himself, he was married at the time actually. This is why he's my guy now. He did it the complete right way.
Okay.
Can I come through? Can I meet your husband? Can he meet my wife? Can we put our families together? Complete right way, right? He will ask me stuff or put us all in a group text, talk about the kids and birthday parties and all of that. We've gone out, with each other, just us. But if my wife ever received a late night call from a heterosexual male, because the other guy is, other than hetero, first off, ladies, do you not understand? And this is something that I think a lot of men are going through today because they don't know what to say to this. We live in such an outspoken society where women are always like, just chill. Are you insecure? They can use those daggers to try to stab at us.
Who
Why are
hurt
you
you?
so insecure?
Right.
Do you know how many women are bending it over for dudes they told their man not to worry about? Put a one in the chat if you know a homegirl of yours that cheated on her man with someone she told him not to worry about. One. In fact, I'm gonna put it in for the Lapeef Network. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. We know y'all game. Y'all ain't fooling nobody. We know y'all game. So I would feel not only disrespected, that's ending. Well, it's not gonna happen, but that would end that night. Nobody should feel like they should have license to call, one, and you should never feel like you're gonna pick up, two. So both things getting asked that night. Both things, the whole situation. His number might even get blocked and deleted. In fact, give me the number. Let me call him and let me give him a piece of my mind. Like this type of stuff. Remember, I keep telling y'all on this program, you cannot change the way things work. You must adhere. I know y'all fighting it, to traditional norms in the context of relationships and marriage. Traditional doesn't necessarily mean old and antiquated. It means standard. Men have a standard that they not be disrespected by other men in relation to their, let's not even say their girl, their family. Don't disrespect my family. Do you see the example I gave? You are calling another woman's man out of his home to come do something for you. You are disrespecting his whole family at that point. You see what I'm saying? So anyway, I dropped the link again. Anybody else want to come up? But we're going to keep cooking because this the next one I got is gonna really be good. The next question I got. So Moses, is the work wife, work husband thing a disrespectful narrative?
Yeah,
You
I
think
think
it's
so.
playful or
It
it's
sounds
disrespectful? Explain.
it sounds innocent, but it's really not. I mean, that term wasn't used back in the day. It just someone made it up and it caught fire. Now people just say it as, oh, this is my work wife, or this is my work husband, this is my work sis. Like work sis, work brother, I can rock with that. But the sister, the husband and wife, you kind of go into a level where it's kind of like telling me this might be somebody you really want to be with based on what they're looking like on their or whatever aesthetics they have that they're showing you, that you see that as, oh, this might be, it's like my work husband. You know, he always make me laugh. And you know what I'm saying? He always make my funny bone jump when I laugh. I'm like, wait, I can't make you laugh, but you gonna tell me this man is your husband, your work husband? Like, I mean, that sounds like borderline adultery. Like, what you about to do? This is not about you two together. Y'all two are just workers. Y'all not together like that. But I know what they mean by that. But it's just, it sounds too close to home because you're playing with my feelings at that point. When men want to respect, they want the respect from their wife. But to tell me that kind of stuff is just not ideal. I don't even say that stuff to even my ex. I don't even say that kind of stuff because I never did that. Like, it kind of seemed disrespectful because it seemed like, why would I want to tell the woman I married that I'm seeing this woman at my work as a coworker as my work wife? Wife school was good. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? It just makes her not trust me at some point. Because some women they start thinking about that and start wondering, why do you have this woman as your work wife? It kind of affects women's minds too, as men, and some women, of course.
Indeed, it does. Let me answer this, my man. Cooking with Sir. So a man who respects you and your wife, but is in crisis, you saying cutting him off is the answer. All right, come on. We're never talking about the exceptions. We're trying to make rules here. We know, especially if something is an anomaly, that something is going on. If any of my female family friends call me at 10 o'clock at night and my wife see it, she gonna bring me the phone. Something going on, babe. This ain't right. I'm gonna be afraid to answer the phone because of the relationship we got. Like, oh, something is going on. So never are we naturally. In fact, it's because we have rules that we're able to spot the anomalies and the exceptions better. We know something is going wrong because if you have a good, respectful relationship with others, we know something is going wrong. If it happens outside of the bounds that we've established, outside of those boundaries we've established. So no, sir, I'm not saying that at all. Wife school, what's going on?
Hey, I didn't wear my wig today. I'm just joking.
You looking good. You looking good.
Thank you.
You look phenomenal.
You know, I was gonna say, what's that movie? They all made it popular now.
Oh, Wakanda.
Wakanda made it popular now. It look good.
I don't like it, but it's okay. I used to when I used to work at the hospital overnight. Like, everybody's tired, we're all playing around, and like I would have one friend, like we would totally not be with each other, but the way that we interacted, like always arguing with each other, people would say, oh, you guys are just like a married couple. So there's aspects and levels of the dynamic of people at work. Like you were talking about, there's that playful, like it's just work, we just getting through the night. And then there's other people that take it a little bit further, and some of them are married, and you see them take a liking to someone at work, or you hear the rumors, so-and-so was sneaking off, they left the floor at the same time, and you get those cases too. So you're like, whoop. And they both be married. So there's different levels to the work wife, work husband dynamic.
Absolutely. I mean, absolutely. So y'all know I worked in hospitals. I worked in acute care hospitals in the Navy. I've worked in mental health hospitals most of my career. If y'all know what goes down in the hospital, put a 1 in the chat. It is a cesspool for this type of behavior, boy. Let me tell you. And I know my wife is kind of glad I don't work there anymore. I never actually participated in full swing. I found this type of stuff to be weird. I've dated people at work, you know what I mean? That type of stuff. Went out with people at work, but on a, one-to-one personal level. There's a whole other culture there. That stuff that you see on Grey's Anatomy, that's light work. That's G-rated.
G-rated.
That's G-rated.
Light work.
Compared to what be going on in that hospital, okay? Y'all say all workplaces, but
the hospital,
they work longer hours. I'm sorry. They work longer hours.
Lots of rooms.
Strokes.
I was going to say, and for some reason, there's a lot of isolated spaces where nobody is in a hospital. Like, you can predict where people are going to be. There's closed units and, where places that you can legally not have cameras and all that. That's why a hospital is more, one of those places for that. But the way I feel about the work husband, work wife thing, I had no opinion about it at first. And right when I was, like, let's say in the healthcare education space, I was like the only male instructor, and I was young, brand new. So it wasn't nothing for the older women to be flirting with me, pinching my cheeks, and I've gotten my butt pinched by one of them. That's why I'm like, first off, let me say this outright. Stop talking about how men are nasty. Y'all women are nastier. At work, walk in on a lunchroom conversation with two women and find out what they're talking about. I've walked in on 2 50-year-old women talking about how they don't want to give their husband fellatio no more and all this type of stuff. This was harassment for me, but I can't go and report it, right? So y'all are nasty. Women are nastier.
Tell it.
Men we'll get the stamp quick if we talk about stuff like that. We know that. So men who aren't creeps won't do that. But women who supposedly are good, upstanding women will talk about anything. But back to my original point. There was somebody that was my age mate that was also an instructor. People kept making comments. Oh, y'all two would be so cute together. And naturally, I was engaged. So I don't wear a ring till I'm married, right? And I didn't think anything of it or anything like that. Even some of the students would say it and all of that type of stuff. And I'm like, I didn't see it as inappropriate. I didn't care because I wasn't participating. Do you know where all of this came to a head? At the company Christmas party. Do not tell you. Somebody said it at the table. That's his little work wife over there. My head was like, why would you say that to my actual fiance? What the hell is wrong with you? Like, I thought it was just a thing to play with. Don't say that to the person I got to go home with. And I don't know, Moses, if you've ever experienced this, the look on your woman's face can say everything. Just look right over at her, and she's like, now she got a myriad of things going through her head. So I know I'm gonna hear it all in the car. I don't like that whole narrative about work wife, work husband. That's gonna launch a whole investigation right there on the spot. If it was me.
And a long talk on the way home.
Man.
Yelling. So, if something like that.
No, that narrative is toxic. It's very toxic.
Trigger Mike. Also, it depends on how the woman is acting at home too. I experienced this. Like maybe I didn't send my ex-husband, to work with a sandwich or lunch or food. Somehow, you're finding that, wow, somehow he maybe tells somebody else, and they want to fill that hole. And grab them in slowly, grab them in surely, and fill that need. So, like, I'm not sure. Maybe, what do you say about the people that, like you said, there are people that are lying in wait, for your spouse to grab an opportunity because they're attracted to them as well. There's actual people that are trying to step in the actual wife's place.
All right, so let me post a question. This is actually one of the questions. I'm gonna move it up.
Okay.
So that question is, and then we're gonna start with you, Wife School, just to see if you ever been through this before.
Okay.
Do friends secretly compete for your affection? What do you think?
Yeah. I think even more from my experience, if you were involved with them prior to your marriage or relationship and you still have them as a friend, because like you said, they know what wine you like, they know what movie you like, and they miss them good times and you want to connect, and they are there. And if you give it opportunity to let it escalate, and go above and beyond that platonic or, the boundary, things can happen.
Okay. What about you, Moses?
I don't think I have that kind of situation, but I know what she's saying. I've talked about this with some guys, and we kind of seen some of them having that similar story where they had that one girl that was like chasing him for like years, like maybe 2 years the most, not even longer, because the guys get those one girls that always say they want them, but they don't say. They just keep always letting them know, like, hey, I always wanted to talk to you, and they never let them get that day. They never have the opportunity to get them. So I don't think I've experienced that, honestly, but I know what Wife was talking about. That's true.
Got you. I'm gonna answer. What's going on, Mr. Rich? Good morning. I'm gonna just say this part, and we're gonna get right to you. So when I was telling the story, you realize that I didn't realize some of those female friends I had. Good morning. We're competing for my affection. So right around the time they started to want to get serious with their life, it was the same time I was trying to get serious with my life. So now I guess they thought that maybe we could alter the terms of our friendship. But I was already looking in another direction. In fact, my wife now made sure I looked in that direction. Right? She was like, "Oh, these girls think I'm playing. I'm gonna do this whole move on their ass right now." and she stopped the whole show. And I would not have known for me not being available. I think a lot of men need to look back into their past to answer this question. How did the girl behave when you were no longer available? Women they will string you along as long as you're still a prospect. I feel like as long as you're still available and you're somebody who can stay in waiting, they're cool with that. Because I can have him when I want him. I can get serious at any point. When you no longer become an option, that's when the women started tripping. I had one friend, lady friend that it came down, and I think wife school had said she was very flirtatious. She kind of had always been that way, but the intensity went up times 1,000. Then she just left because I'm like, woo, we probably were, I was like, if she come back, we're probably gonna smash because she kind of left it on that note. Then before she could come back, that's when my wife moved down here. We weren't married then, but she moved down here, and I was like, oh nah, can't do that no more. She was upset. She gave me all the pieces of her mind. How that wasn't fair, and who is this chick? Where did she come from? And all of this. So I definitely did not know that entire time that she was competing for my affection. Mr. Rich, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
What do you got on the topic so far? I'm good.
Yeah, I just clicked back on. Yeah, that specific question on the floor. I missed all the beginning. I just heard your monologue. I had to do a couple things.
No worries. Do you think friends secretly compete for your affection? Female friends?
Yeah, they probably do. I'm sure they do. I don't have a lot of, I guess, real world experience about that because I only have one lady that's been a friend of mine in my whole life. Just one. We came in as college freshmen together, and we still talk to this day. She knows my wife and stuff, but we were in the same dorm. She was one of the sweethearts in our frat when we were pledging and stuff, and we still talk. But she's like the only girl I know and she's pretty too, by the way. That I never really tried to. We had all kinds of conversations, but I never really approached her. We just became friends, and that's it. But I can't say that same thing for any other lady. It's just one. I mean, I have acquaintances that are women, but I always make sure that we keep a certain distance, and I never even fool myself about that, because most of the ladies, if they look good, you want to smash,
Yeah.
So,
the OG told y'all straight up.
You want to smash, and so, but you know what? But you have to be smart enough to know that you can't have every woman. And that you need to have women in your life so you can understand, how to navigate through life. Everybody has their personalities. I wouldn't want to not be an acquaintance of a woman because I want to smash her. You got to put that under control. There's got to be some point where you can't have every woman out there, and but you have to have women in your life, But maybe that's my I'm no different than anybody else, but I have so many female cousins, aunts, and stuff in my house. It's just you just have to keep that under control. So that's let somebody else talk, but I know some of the questions are going to be pretty good on this topic.
All right, I'm gonna put the question at the bottom. This one, while we have you, wife school, I want to ask a woman this question, kind of give us some better perspective on this, because 3 men have basically told you we were trying to smash most of our female friends, and the ones that I thought were platonic, that was one thing, and then there was a whole other group that I actually smashed, right? So they've never met my wife at all, they won't cross paths because I feel like they'll do something crazy, right? So most men will tell you they've either smashed most of their female friends or they were waiting on the opportunity. But what would you say? What is a woman's nature regarding male friends? What do you want from it? Because I know a lot of women pride themselves some women actually do it like this. They'll say, I don't like women. I don't mess with chicks. Like that was a big thing for me growing up. I felt like a lot of women said that. I don't like bitches. I only have male friends. So what is the nature of women regarding male friends? What do y'all want from that?
I think it's maybe we make it a fake safe place because he's always going to be on our side, right? Somebody that's going to enable us or just tell us I don't know, just tell us, or somebody that's on our side. And most likely that male friend might be there on our side because based on his intentions, like you said, the man that wants to smash, he's just going to say and regurgitate what you're saying and say, oh, I understand. Well, he sucks. Or I don't know why you even listen to this dude. I don't even know why you dealing with him. But, just somebody that's going to be a yes man for her. Maybe she doesn't say it like that, but that's how it transacts sometimes. But that's not all women. But I mean, if that's the case for a man friend, it's probably somebody that's a yes man. Has her back.
Let me just chime in. I swear I was going to say that women, they always try to pay. I guess the word is coy. I mean, they know when men want to smash them, and they'll put you in the friend zone. And even if you're being cool, they want that validation, that affirmation that those simps around them have. Give them, that little energy. This guy, you know what? He ain't saying nothing. He's being respectful. But if I wanted to, this guy would do anything I want him to do. Mm-hmm. And if I gave him an opportunity to get some of this thing, I'd probably have to call the cops on him because he'll be on me like white on rice. So the women know that, man. So that's why when men have a girl and she said, well, we're just friends with, because we inherently know a man just wants to smash, right? Mm-hmm. And so when they try to play that, he's just a friend, this and that, we never believe him. And they act like, but he's only my friend. Listen, I know that that I know that he wants to smash you and so do you. Stop it. And but they don't want to do that,
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, I think the number of guys depends too, because when you see multiple guys in a certain way that they're together all the time, it's like, do you really trust that as a single man if that's something you want to deal with? I think the whole Mr. Payne said was the single guy that's a friend to a woman that wants to see him as that option for certain things is like he got that benefit in that certain area where she can get off him versus other guys may not have that benefit. But the thing is, that man is lacking in something that those guys are lacking too. So what are you really getting of all these guys? It's like I said the other day, it's like Voltron. Come together as this guy that they're not going to get. They're going to keep building up they're going to keep building up all these guys to come together, but they're not going to be the same guy. They're going to keep looking and keep grabbing all these pieces like a puzzle and then make this image that's not going to be real. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to happen every time. It's going to be every girl that does it. I think it's just America too. I'll be honest. I think it's America, but that's just what I think.
All right. So, we got real world. I mean, this is America. People trifling. So we got real world examples to share with you. All right. So can y'all predict? I want to start with Mr. Rich. Can you predict how the Amy Robach and TJ Holmes situation started? Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar that, my man, I know those are the TV hosts, right?
The TV hosts,
started
a relationship, divorced their spouses at the same time, and started a relationship together. They were both fired from the network recently. So how do you predict their relationship started?
Well, first of all, I think they work together, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and matter of fact, I know TJ, I believe it's TJ, he was actually a friend of his Amy and her husband. They were, on TV together, and her husband was like some kind of child star, some kind of star, some other shows. And, they were in front of each other. So they started their affair before they got divorced, right? Mm-hmm. And I just proximity. They gave into their carnal knowledge and lust. And that's what made it really bad. I mean, let's face it, people, when they get together, they'll have sex from time to time at work. But it was so phony of both of them. And I think part of the excitement was the fact that they were both cheating. Right. So I don't know how long the relationship's going to last now that the cat's out of the bag. They lost a lot. I I'm sure that part of the excitement is gone. You know, I would imagine a lot of their excitement came to the fact that they were cheating on their spouses. And it's just not a good thing to look. And so even though the moral thing is for the network to find them, you know, I can see why the network is mad at them because of the image it portrays. I mean, they didn't commit a crime, but a lot of their viewers are probably married couples,
Yep.
you know? So that's my take on it. And we'll see how long they last together. I don't think it's going to be a lasting thing.
No, they I think they're trying to do that thing where they're trying to look like teenagers in love. I think they overselling it.
Big
And
time.
I mean, this is a personal statement, but I don't think he understands that she ain't gonna look like that much longer. she's not,
Well,
you know, and I would caution men about getting caught up in the hype. So that's the one thing about being a mature man at work. Like, I understand some things are natural. If we're being real, you spend more time with the people at work than you do your own spouse. Add up those hours. You spend a lot of time with these people. So you can develop, you got to properly categorize these feelings that you have. Like, yeah, it can look like affection and then you mix sex into it and all of that. It can look like a whole new whirlwind romance. But these people, like, you're just going through another honeymoon phase. You're chasing like a dopamine hit, like, oh, she's much better. Okay, well, you don't have her in the environment that you have your wife in. You have no idea how she's gonna behave in that environment. So I really think people need to think about stuff like that before you start leaving what you got for a new honeymoon phase, because that honeymoon's gonna be over.
Yeah. What to say on that? It usually starts with joking, flirting. It starts verbally, and then I believe it escalates to the touching. You know, you can read a person's body language and things like that, and you just get a little bit more closer, and then you start talking, and you're hiding, you're sneaking, and I'm like, wow, this is crazy. It happened to my ex-husband, when he stepped out with somebody at work, right?
Mm.
I was like, wow, he's doing something new. His clothes look different. He looks real spiffy. I was like, wow, this is new. Now, I'm naive, because I love my husband so much. And I just never thought this would ever happen to me. Ever, ever, ever. And I was like, wow, he looks really nice. He got a baseball cap on. This is new. But often when people are changing up, they do like new stuff and all that stuff, and they just start changing their behavior. And I didn't know because I never expected this. And so it's like behaviors change. You're hiding, you're on your phone, you're hiding, communication on your phone. It just goes a little bit crazy. So I believe it just started with a lot of, fun playing, and also telling the faults of their spouses so that that person can mimic that and be that ideal, while she's the bomb, and that just increases that infatuation. Like you said, a lot of people, they are not in love. They're just infatuated with the thought. Like that imagination can run, and make you do some stupid stuff. And before long, you just caught up in it. Either you fulfilled what you wanted, or you just caused a whole bunch of chaos behind you. So that's how I think it started. It just, between a man and a woman, it's a natural attraction, but it's just an infatuation based type thing.
I like the word infatuation. I think some people that are married and getting divorced all quick, never loved each other. They were just infatuated. They were just infatuated. That's why I tell people, try your hardest to leave sex out of it. It'll let you keep a clear head while you vet this person properly, because, and I'm talking to the men here. I'm not a woman. I can't talk with a woman on this. Once you tap that ass, you're not worried about a whole lot no more.
No, talk to the women too. Talk to the women too. They get attached emotionally.
Once you tap that ass, you just trying to tap it again and again. You forget to ask a whole bunch of questions behind that ass.
And it goes both ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
It does.
So let me ask though, if by school, personal question, did you leave him because of that, or?
Well, no, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't leave him. When it came to light, I approached him. Well, he was at work and I was on the phone, and I just got the guts up to call, and I said, okay, let me see if my suspicions or intuition is right. And I said, did you sleep with such and such? I don't know the person. I never met the person or somebody. He said yes. So he admitted it, and came home that day. We talked, and I think his guilt, really got to him. But I believe that everybody deserves a second chance, and we're married and we have an old. So I really think in my heart of hearts that I tried to work on my end of the marriage. I don't think I got a chance to fix that because he, unfortunately packed and left on his own accord.
Yeah.
But other than that, I wanted my family to stay together.
Yeah.
And he deserved a second chance. He was a young man, 20 something. So, hey, men are young, and I'm understanding, trying to get understanding of this. So it was new to me. So I just thought it was right to forgive the situation and try to fix the situation, but I never got a chance to do that.
Forgive me for being nosy, but that's interesting piece to know.
No, it's good to be transparent, because a lot of people out here just leaving based on that, even though it hurts, it's very bad. It's like, okay, well, what did I do to contribute to him going that way? So I really had to reflect on myself in that manner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only other thing, I guess your name is Moses?
Yes. Moses.
PTF. His brother, you mentioned something about that women get certain things from different men around them, whether they're having a relationship or not.
Yeah.
If you're familiar with the Crimson Cure, she talks about 4 Ps. And I think that's exactly what you're talking about. Some women will be around a guy because she feels safer. He might be a problem solver. One of her friends could be like a provider. And it doesn't have to be money. He could provide something that she needs. Another guy could just be somebody she's attracted to from a procreative standpoint, but he has all the features, but they don't have a relationship like that. And what's the other one? Is a provider, problem solver, a protector, and there's another P.
Security.
Can't remember off the top of my head, but so women get certain things from men, from these different puzzle pieces, and so that's why they have to have a lot of them, as opposed to finding one guy that can give them all the 4 Ps.
You know what's funny? I agree with you. And the thing with that being said, I'm gonna speak on my experience, because I understand wife's school situation, because I'm a divorcee. Her story is similar to mine, except it was opposite, and she did it to me. And I was like, I was trying to see her through to work it out, but she wanted to live her life. She's a little older than me also. The thing is, we have a situation we see a lot of people go through, because, like I said, you said the best. The people who we bring around us, if we're single, are the ones we want to be with, right? But it seems like there's this fantasy that many want to continue to live that is never fulfilled, because they see something in somebody else that's not fulfilling the reality they have at home. See, that's the thing I've always told people, is that we got to be careful with that, because when we bring that fantasy home from that life we had as a single, you gotta let single life go. Like that can't really bring it to marriage life, because that really will damage your next relationship if you don't stop that whole I'm single-minded and I have my life in the past where I was, and you were single for a long time, doesn't mean that fantasy is gonna work. You commit to somebody, you pick them, you stay with them, and don't make it seem like there's another option to change the whole narrative to get somebody outside who can fulfill your fantasies. Because let's be real, the divorce hurts a lot of families, especially when it's if there's no kids. It hurts both parties and the kids. And let's be real, people don't want to say that. They think, well, I can just get somebody to replace them. It's easy to say that, but over time, someone's going to get affected by that, and someone might want to hurt somebody. Let's be real, because nobody wants to go through hurt. Because the saying is true: hurting people hurt people. That's always going to be the case. Because if they're not healed from somebody, if you're not healed as a single, then you're going to go through something in your marriage that will always affect the next person who you never checked yourself with to know, am I ready for this person to be a committed spouse? You got to be selfless. You know what I'm saying? If you're not selfless, then you're not ready. That's the truth,
And then they end up on YouTube talking smack about men. And it's all our fault.
all the time.
That's funny.
It's all our
That's
fault.
funny.
No, there's one common denominator in all your failed relationships. That's you, sweetheart.
Yeah.
But that last P is protection, by the way. I forgot that one, so it's fault.
So, how do I think TJ Holmes and Amy Robach started? This fool, no, I'm looking at him. Forget the white lady. Forget the white lady. I'm
We be the
looking at
lady
that
in general.
because his wife was fine, first off. Not that that matters or anything.
That's true. She was good.
His wife was fine.
Mm-hmm.
And the way, so the thing that I don't like, and here's the thing. Me personally, I don't like messy stuff. Do what you're gonna do, be who you're gonna be, but don't make it look messy. Like, you see what I'm saying? You got children that are gonna watch this and be teased behind it. Whatever you have to do, think of them first. Whatever you feel like you're gonna do, think of them first. This dude, and I don't want to say it's because he's light skinned. Shout out to my light skinned brothers out there. He was super messy with this. He acted super light skinned with this particular action that he did. He behaved like I think a woman would. That's what he. So I don't want to say the P word, but that's who he is forever. I used to think he was an acclaimed journalist, like the dude, like literally was the next James Earl Jones. His voice was just like, you know what I mean? Like he could narrate anything and everybody would know who he was. He just ruined himself, his legacy, his career, the reputation of him, the network. He really ruined the reputation of the woman, his wife, his children. If I was his father, I would disgrace him and tell him I never wanted to see his face again. Because no matter what you do, you have to take a little bit of care and exercise a little bit of foresight about how this looks, how your children are going to be affected. Do whatever you're going to do, but there's a reason why publicists put out statements, right? There's a reason why they take care in making sure people aren't seen together. And well, if y'all are going to do this, we got to make it look a certain way because the fallout is going to be heavy. There's a chance they could have even done this and still kept their jobs. They didn't care about none of that. Like they were silly. They acted like teenagers. So I don't like that dude for that. Because I think it started, naturally I knew it was going to come out. I knew it was going to come out. I had predicted it. I said, this dude probably smashing everybody at work. And of course, they said he was. Other few women came forward like, well, I was smashing TJ too, goddammit. So now look, the one thing you wanted to do, which was make it look like you wanted just to be committed to someone and make it look romantic, now all your business out there, that you were the community D. Now you look stupid again. So, I'm not even looking at the woman. It's this dude's fault. What the hell's wrong with him? I believe, he just went through smashing everybody, doing his thing, having a good old time at work. And let's be real, his wife probably knew all the whole time. You're going to mess with a man like that, making millions of dollars. You know what come with it. But he decided to embarrass her, which to me just, affects too many people. I don't like the way he did that. So I think they started, more on the mutual admiration at work type of thing. Funny jokes, just like I think Wife School said, like, and then you take it to drinks after work. The drinks, you rub legs, somebody put their hand on each other's hand. We all can be humans and be like, well, if I was single, I'd smash X, Y, and Z at work. So I think at a certain point they just forgot they were married. They on their high horse, making all this money, they could do whatever they want to, right? So I think it's unfortunate though. You were gonna say something? All right.
Well, let me say something on what your point is, Mike.
Yep.
This guy's in his 40s, correct?
Damn, he might be 50, but
He might be in his 50s. What's so disappointing about what he did, and a guy like Ime Udoka from Boston Celtics, I believe that at a certain point, a man goes through a sexual transmutation where the energy that we used to put into getting laid from like 18 to 30 gets transmuted into things that's more productive when you're in your late 30s and 40s.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you still want to have, sex, but you know how to control it, right? Because this guy has all the money, he has the good looks. You could have fooled around with anybody. Anybody, if you wanted to cheat on your wife, you could have found somebody else. That it was so sloppy, like you said. Ime Udoka is another big thing. He gave up the whole bag for a woman that was working for him, and that's why the woman was kind of innocent because the way the laws are, and women don't like this. Essentially, the laws and the rules of HR treat the subordinate like a child. They can't really consent to have sex. That's why her name in Boston was withheld, and he was out there to be flogged. And I don't mind that, but that's how it is. It's almost like a statutory rape situation. So if you have a big business, eBay, Udoka, and maybe even TJ open up these businesses to multi-million-dollar lawsuits. By fooling around with people, co-star, co-worker, but especially a subordinate. Now, Amy's not a subordinate of his, but it's not that dissimilar to what Ime did to the lady and his subordinate. Men should just have more control over that, especially if you want to fool around. Don't make it sloppy like that. It's just crazy.
That's what I'm saying, Duke. I mean, that's why I said I'm not gonna. The world's answer is, limit men. Men should practice discipline. Okay, probably never gonna happen, especially if you got money like that. But you gotta take care. You gotta, be a little, practice a little more care and anonymity to what you're doing. Like literally move in the night. Like you take care about that. Burner phones. I don't know. Whatever. However,
it's be a ninja. Like they call us the other N word. You got to be a ninja.
Yeah, don't they have clubs for this? Don't they have clubs where you can like literally join? And I heard about one club that's like 10 stacks a month, to where the property is isolated. You have to be driven in, so your car isn't seen there. These people have to sign non-disclosure agreements. If you have millions of dollars, do that, so it don't go back and affect your kids. Doesn't go back and affect your wife. Like, it's out here kissing this white lady for the world to see. Like, we give a damn. You don't leave your fine ass wife. If I see him, I'm smacking him on sight.
And I don't think we should put all the blame on the guys. Yes, sometimes they're a little messy, but them women, they be stalking, all right, and throwing themselves down.
All right, so you opening it up to our next topic, though, right?
All right,
we were trying to be nice, but go ahead.
You opening it up. Who do you think initiates more inappropriate relationships more often, men or women? Wife school, you go ahead.
That's a tough one, but I know women do it, and sometimes it's just by the way we look. We know that we can be a certain way, that we can smell a certain way, that we can dress a certain way that will garner a man's attention. So I think it's women, because if she ain't, looking too hot, he ain't gonna, pay her no attention. But I think it's women. And I know some people may not like to hear that, but I know that sisters and doing that. And they don't care. I mean, according to the standards of modern women today, I mean, it's even to the point where women are so cavaliering, they're proposing to dudes. So I know that they're putting their claws out, trying to get these guys' attention. Like, hey.
Yep. I love it. Moses, what do you think? Who do you think initiates more inappropriate relationships, men or women?
It depends on the person. 'Cause I think guys don't always get the they don't receive guys like they say reciprocate. They don't reciprocate the guys who always initiate it because we're the pursuers. So I think ladies usually do it the most. When I've heard with most guys, they tell me they get ladies that always insinuate something because they see something attractive about him that gives them that notion. Like, you know what, he probably he probably can hit something with that, the way he looks and he walks, got that little umph. You know what I'm saying? And they want to make sure they know, hey, we interested, and they don't have to say it. They just make sure they, let the hair flop, or what I'm saying, or drop the hanky. That's still classic. People don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? And they also got the way to just, go through a friend talking about, I got a friend that, hey, I got a question for what's it called? They say, what they say? It's like, oh, I got a friend that does this, but it's really them. You know what I'm saying? Like I got a friend that needs help with something. You think you can help them out, my friend? And it's usually them because they tell you do another like type of talk. But yeah, it's mostly ladies. That's no brainers. It's ladies all the time.
Yep. Sparkle, you back? What do you think? Who do you think initiates inappropriate relationships more?
I think Moses is right in the sense that it does depend on the person, but by and large, I'd say women. I find that this is how trifling some women are. Even if they have a man, some women still like to know that other men have interest. And so they'll throw out bait to see if he takes the bait. And I also find that some women go for men who are married. They see it as a challenge. Can I divert his attention from the wife?
Mm.
And it's funny because it seems to be that there's a lot of stats that show that men who are married and actually wear their ring get more attention. And I think it's that thing of women find men who are already taken and already have proven themselves to be able to commit more attractive. So by and large, they tend to act a bit more inappropriate. Unless they have morals and scruples, these modern women seem to kind of be out here a bit reckless like that. And they don't think of the repercussions of their behavior as well.
Good answer. I'm gonna let Mr. Rich go before I go because I have
Yeah, I think everybody's on track. I think it's the woman because, the guy in the friend zone already has made it clear to the woman who understands that he would smash at the drop of a dime if she let him do it because he probably said something, whether it's inappropriate or not, but she'll know. So in those situations when it crossed the line, it has to be the woman because, the guy knows he can't do nothing unless she opens the door, And you know what? I gotta say, this is the first. And ladies, this is being recorded, by the way. This is the first time I heard your women take responsibility and
this is Trigger Mike
accountability
show.
for anything, man. That's great. So the world is improving, man. It's true. I'm only joking, but okay, that's my thing. I think it's the one.
I mean, it's because we ask the right questions. Okay, we're asking the right question. We've laid out the framework. Because I think it's a lot to be said because, ladies, we already know. We already know. We just need y'all to say it. Intelligent men know. We can put two and two together. But how am I going to answer this question? I'm right with Mr. Rich on this. It has to be the women because y'all open the door. There are two things about this. So good men don't want to look like creeps. I'm one of those dudes who have never... I don't even like, you see the way dudes approach women at the club, that dude will walk up to every girl until one girl says yes. I have never in my life, I've spent my entire life trying to be unlike that guy. He looks like such a creep because I listened to what the other women who said no say about him. I never want to be that guy. I've only ever met women organically. We were already acquainted through work, school, you know what I mean? Something like that. I told you, even my wife came to looking for a waitressing job at my dad's establishment. Right. So I meet people organically like that. Right. So I've never wanted to look like a creep. And I believe most men don't want to look like creeps, which is why we won't proposition you like that. So it has to be the woman that opens the door to it. The second thing is that women are the ones who are likely going to be single longer. Right. So when you look at who's going to be more desperate, you see what I'm saying? And have the ability for more people to choose from, it's going to be women. What I'll say to Sparkle's point is that I used to be an idiot about intersexual dynamics. I knew I was going to be out here having my fun. And I knew that once I put this ring on, fun time was over. That's why I wanted to have so much damn fun. Right? Fun time over. Nobody prepared me for the fact that this thing on my finger would be a chick magnet. Now, and because I was so stupid and oblivious, I'm not even thinking of how to not set boundaries and put people in my space because I thought they wouldn't be coming. I thought this was it. This says taken. No, this says try me. For some women, this is like, let me see something. I told you they be tripping when you looking super responsible with your kids in the grocery store. They crashing carts accidentally into you, and oh, I'm sorry, sir, and then looking back over their shoulder so y'all can lock eyes. And I had one lady say, "Oh, I'm not gonna say this. My wife's gonna get pissed because this happens right by our house." One lady trying to get the grapes and something, and like literally went across, like put her whole booty on. I was just like, "Whoa!" You see what I'm saying? And listen, because if you're a black man, let me tell you, you get it the worst. You get it the worst because I think people think we're in short supply. Good married black men who can commit. People think we're in short supply, so we get it the worst. But nobody told me that this was going to make it worse. So I had to start being vigilant and setting boundaries. Right? I'm gonna have to teach my son, once you put this ring on, you're going to have to set boundaries because women are going to push limits with you to compete with your wife.
The thing is, Mike, to your point, women don't come across as creeps when they do that. They either come across as fun, flirty, or just loose, but they don't come across as like weird to do that. And a lot of men, we know that there's a lot of simps, and we know there's a lot of men who don't get any. So somebody will bite and take the bait. Whereas if a guy comes up to a woman on the street and asks for her number or whatever, our immediate thought is, how many other women have you just spoken to before you tried me? Yep. It's different. And I think, again, to your point, black men are so fetishized. Everyone knows the stereotype about he has the biggest and all the rest of it. So when you see a handsome black man put together, ring on, I think for some women it does something to them because of that whole all men ain't ish narrative and all the rest of it. And then you see one that looks like a stand-up dude, and there are less men in the world than women, and even less available men now that so many men are gay and all the rest of it. So some of them just go crazy when they see a man that's got a ring. I've
shared this information with my brother, younger frat brothers, and all of it, because some of them are more idiots than I would, like more stupid than I was on this particular topic. They think that that's just it. I'm good. I even have stories to tell you of the lengths women went to after they were married to disrespect their wife. I know he watches, so I gotta say it. I'm not gonna say your name, but my buddy from Virginia moved to the Midwest with his expecting wife. A woman randomly calls him, not in the night, in the daytime. Hey, can you pick me up from the airport? He like, I'm with my wife. We're on the way to the mall or whatever. Please, like, starts tugging on his heartstring. This fool going to pick her up. Then she pretends, like something's wrong. This is an all-time fail. This is why I'm bringing this up. We talk about this in a group chat all the time as a joke. All-time fail. The woman starts behaving like something's wrong with her hotel reservation because she's there for a work conference. Talk about it. Would it be okay if I stay with y'all? So we all like, what did you say, bro? I mean, I didn't want her to be out in the cold. Dog, I didn't want her to be out. Like, all-time fail. This is the lengths. Naturally, he's stupid, y'all. Go ahead and put a one in the chat if you think my frat brother was the stupidest man alive.
He got a chink in the armor.
But even asking his wife, because I said, wait, because I asked at some point, no, it wasn't me, it was my brother. Somebody asked, like, wait, what did she say to all of this? He said the second she started talking and acting like something was wrong with her hotel reservation, he said she just turned her head and looked at him like, you know what's coming next, and you better not open the door to that. This fool said, yeah, you can stay with us. This is his ex-girlfriend.
No. I told you, those exes, they think they have the key. And
I'm not going to say his name. I know you watch my show. You still an idiot, bro. I'm going to get on you in the group chat. You still an idiot.
That's crazy.
A second. Was this guy trying to end up in the divorce court and lose half his stuff?
Listen.
Maybe a body bag.
Yo, he needs help and guidance. But let me tell you, not even in his defense, but let me tell you, this is how oblivious some men are to the lengths women will go to try to ruin your relationship behind you being married.
You know what it is, Mike? Men fall for the damsel in distress act. They want to be a hero.
Yeah,
that's
facts.
the problem.
You better learn.
In distress, He wants to be the big savior.
What's the opposite of Superman? What is it, Black Adam? You better learn to punch him in the face. Don't save him. Reach your hand down there like you're about to save him and slap him. Be like, the hell wrong with you? I'm married. Nope. Be an anti-hero. Don't be a hero. Let them know you would if you could, but you can't. Bye. Don't try me like that again. These women, listen, and here's the difference. Here's the distinction.
The opposite of that Superman is a dumbass.
Because I don't understand. I don't understand when women. This is how disrespectful women are to each other. Because I've heard women try to say this is something that men do, or no. A man knows the second he puts himself on that other man's radar, he dealing with that guy. There is no way I'm gonna be out here texting somebody else, or a single dude texting, and this dude finds me, punch me in the face, stab me in the, in the abdominal, and be like, "What you do that for? I didn't deserve that." You knew you were dealing with him. So men know. That's why more men hold back. Like, I'm gonna just wait. That's why I said we'll wait in the friend zone. Mm-hmm. The second you get discovered, you dealing with him. Yeah. Women don't give a damn. In fact, same dude. No. Yeah, same dude. Obviously, the wife got tired of it. Go to confront the woman, and she pregnant. This is why I like, dog, you wrong on all fronts. She's pregnant, bro. Got her yelling at this woman in her own house. All right. The woman's gonna still behave like a damsel in distress. She's going to die with the lie and act like none of her motives are what they really are. She died with the lie. She didn't come clean about no. I just, the opposite of what men do. Because, like I said, if you punch a man, stab him, he's gonna be like, well, shit, I knew what I was doing. I knew that was coming. She tried to die with the lie. Didn't want to admit nothing.
Mike, you touched on another part of something that I believe is true too, about the difference between a man and a woman cheating and the reaction between the hurt spouse. That's why men are less forgiving of women when they cheat as opposed to women forgiving guys. Because I think women kind of inherently know that the woman that might be trying to take their husband, and I mean, maybe not the wife knows, but the woman trying to take the husband from time to time can actually admire the wife. She could admire the woman saying, what does she have that I don't? And, and she might have an affair with her husband or not, but it's not like she has disdain for the woman. I mean, I'm sure some do. But when a guy takes another man's wife, he has absolute disdain for the husband. Mm. I got your wife. She's submitting to me in all kinds of ways. And he'll look at the husband as a cockhole, as just a worthless piece of crap. And he has, even if he's smiling his face, that's why TJ's thing was so bad when what he did to Amy's husband. He might have smiled in his face, but he couldn't help but think this guy's less than. And so when the cheating wife comes back to the man once he finds out, he has to do like an economic analysis whether he's going to stay. But the marriage probably never, ever, if he stays, will ever be the same. He'll be staying for the kids and stuff like that, but he'll never forgive. Definitely not. Because what a wife means to a man in terms of at the top of the list is that exclusivity and loyalty. And once she gives that to another man, it's pretty much over.
I don't care what any woman says. I know they know this internally. I know you messed up. That's why women forgive. Like, women lie to their own friends and be like, "Oh, I forgave him only once, and he did it." No, you didn't. You knew it was going on. You put it away. It came out. You pretended to know for the first time. You got upset. Happened the second time. You put it away again. It's because you kind of know it's a part of the game. Like, women are after your husband, and if he's a piece of crap or you're trying to make it to a certain goal or whatever, women deal with it. But if you do that to your husband, what that other man thinks of him. That was an excellent characterization, by the way.
Can I ask though, do you guys think that men are less forgiving in that situation because for the most part they're the ones bringing more to the table as far as provision, protection and money and all the rest of it, whereas if a woman cheats, it's not just sexual, is it? There's usually more to it.
I think it's very archaic. I think so this is the way I look at it anyway. if another man dominates my woman mentally, I'm not getting over it. You don't get your position back from that. Women get dominated. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So once another man has literally stepped into your territory and dominated your wife, like what Mr. Rich is saying, mentally you don't recover.
You just can't.
No.
But that's a good question, Sparkle. That's a great question. Listen, it doesn't really matter whether this guy's the greatest provider or not. Between him and his wife, he has one thing in his life that he feel, and it's not like a possession thing, but and women don't understand this either. To me, there's no other greatest submission a woman can give to the man, that's different than the sexual act. Right? That's why it's so absurd to me that if a woman has sex with a dude, he does all his stuff to her, and then he says, "Can you make me a sandwich?" She said, "Get the hell out of here." Because we did all this stuff, but I can't. Daddy can't get a sandwich. I mean, come on.
Hey, but Brad can get that. Hey, but Brad can get that paper on time in the office. She'll get that on time. You need that paper at 10:30. It'll be there at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, but you know what's weird about that, right? She'll do that at work to get a paycheck, even though her husband provides more than her employer. That's weird to me.
More submissive. That's it. I mean, like you said, you can't be like I say in the Black community, we get that less submissiveness over the boss. I mean, the boss gets more submissive than us. And if I'm a husband, am I getting the benefit of marriage still from you because you give me less and the boss gets more? Like,
well, that means that her real marriage is to her money,
exactly,
not to her man. Her real commitment and her real loyalty is to her wallet, and not to you.
Sad tale.
I think that needs to be instilled, like basically for some people on a spiritual level, because if you're accountable to something higher than yourself, then it kind of translates over when you do become married. Because sometimes I was telling my cousins the other night, I said, a lot of us, sometimes we forget that we're spiritual. We just want to be people chasing a bag and that. But we're spiritual people too. So we're always trying to connect to something. We forget everything. We just want to throw the spiritual part and our accountability, our morality out the window and dedicate ourselves to these things that just don't mean anything to us. So we don't care if we submit to the man or that's oppression or that's slavery. If he even wants me to make him a sandwich or things like that. And I just and it goes back to the fact that I said, well, I made a content on TikTok and I was talking about submission. I said, it's a good thing. I said, you should submit to your man. I just think you should submit to a man in respect anyway for him and for yourself as a woman. And she was like, I like your content, but that's submissive-ish. I'm not down with it. I'm like, what? I said, oh, see, now I got to have a talking point. And that's when I brought it back. Okay, let me break it down to a simple term. You go to your job, you submit to your manager, right? You do everything, you submit to that job description you signed up for. You submit to the paperwork, all your skills, you're translating it into the benefit of that job. I said the same thing for your man at home. You signed up as a role to submit to the role of a wife when you became married. So what's the problem? Why can't you do the same or even more for a person that loves you, provides for you, like you said, and protects you? And that's why I think a lot of people get it messed up.
What it is? I think women have short-term memory loss when it comes to this submission thing. They act like they're the only ones serving and doing anything. My husband will make me coffee in the morning. My husband will come and rub my shoulders if I've had a long day. Like, he does the same stuff to me that I do for him. Why is it a problem? It's like, we're not just throwing everything out to this man and he's just sat there with feeding him grapes and like, come on, your husband does for you also. Why is this reciprocal? Like,
well,
they're just
why
giving. It's crazy.
They have what I've noticed now, and I said this yesterday. Women actually do listen when we speak. They just can't let us know, right? So I told you, go on Instagram and go down the timeline to about 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year till now. You'll see somebody's behavior patterns change. The most toxic people I'm on panels with now show themselves cooking. and now show themselves doing submissive acts. They might even be doing it, calling themselves a chef or whatever. But it's their own toxic ass way of letting us know that they're listening to us, and now want to be something we want, even though some of us are married and got other situations. Now they're ready to turn it all around because they realize it may be too late. The thing is, I don't think a lot of people, it's shameful to them to admit that they've done it wrong this long. It is very shameful for them to admit that, and this is really what it comes down to. I don't think women are stupid at all. I think they've known. What it was is that they think they can have it both ways. They were like, let me be out here having my fun, getting my back blown out. Yeah, let me do all of this. And they thought we would just be here when they got back. They thought we weren't going to feel away. And, it's partly media's fault. It's partly their mother's fault. They told them they had time. That's like one of the biggest. Live your life, girl. What the hell does
you
that
don't
even
need
mean?
a man.
Now we know.
Have fun.
Now
girl.
we know mothers basically ask their daughters to be hoes. What does live your life mean? Hey, let me hear that in my house being whispered at my daughter. It could be her birthday party. You going out on site. What the hell does live her life mean? In fact, unfortunately, women don't even have time. Your life, in order to live the life you say you want, everything needs to be done in succession. No breaks. A man has to do the same, but it'll look a little different. The time you have, that fun, is college. That age, 18 to 21, 22, that's it. Every decision you make between 23 and 28 determines your life trajectory literally for the rest of your life. Ask the women the mistakes they've made, because that's where, if we're talking about black women, that's where the most kids are. Right?
Yeah, but society has taught women, excuse my language, but society has taught women to have the ultimate mind fuck, because they suffer with delusions of grandeur and egomania. Because on the one hand, like you say, we can have it all, we can do what we like, we don't have to be responsible for it all. But then on the other hand, we're never wrong. We never have to admit when we made a mistake. It's always everybody else's fault. Someone's always going to fix it. It's like all of those things can't be true at the same time. But society and feminism has taught women these things. And so women are just confused at this point, because now they're hearing different things. They're hearing things from men. Sometimes they don't want to because the truth is like swallowing a bitter pill. But then they hear the opposite from all their women friends and family co-signing all the madness. So now they're just like, I'm just gonna do whatever now. And they're now their own worst enemies at this point.
But it's the feminists that self-sabotage, they give them the advice, they're self-sabotaged already. So they're trying to make other women fall for that same mistake. That's why they're easily communicating that to them, because they give them this bad view of what a woman is. And now they're going to follow the same story as them, because they're the ones that's lonely. So let's be real. This is them for failure. I mean, they're giving all the advice to all the women the most, especially in college. That's where they get them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fun and debauchery always looks fun, right? And then when you look back on as much distraction that it took away from your actual biological life of actually producing a child or producing family in the best health that you'll ever be in, possibly, and the most fertile years of your life, that gets replaced with career, that gets replaced with education. And like I reflect back to Kevin Samuels, because I talked to him on his show, and he was saying, I can reflect back that he was saying like other cultures can balance that all at the same time and get their family and build and go forward. We have a delayed, we want the instant gratification and delayed discipline, and the building starts way later. And by that time, you're less desirable. You probably submitted and gave yourself up to the wrong guys. You may have a couple of kids, or you discovered that you made the wrong choices. And like Trigger said, that the good guys, they've already hopped on the younger ones, or the people that were willing to be on the plan, submissive, and I want to do something. I want to do something with this degree. I want to do something with my life. And a lot of females, they want to do something with their life. So they just don't know how to balance that with a man enough to see the upturn on it. And it's just unfortunate.
Do you think it's because other cultures have it ingrained into them that we do this as a community, we do this as a family, whereas Black people have this crabs in a barrel, you know, every man for himself mentality, and then once they attain what they want, try to then catch up rather than do it simultaneously?
It's a whole bunch of stuff. It's like, okay, we see, okay, say if we get over the back crabs in the barrel aspect, we're like, okay, let's start working together. Oh, they starting to pull each other up. Okay, let's throw some feminism in it. It's just like it's all these barrages of something new. That's what I see that's happening. Okay, everybody's trying to, you know, come around. Let's throw some hot girl summer in there. It's just always something popping off. Oh, let's do this TikTok trend. It just, you know, it's just always a barrage. I'm not sure if we're listening or not. And like, it's just always a distraction from the family. Other cultures do have families, and I love that. I love other nations and things. I'm like, wow, this looks so cool. I said, why can't we just come together? And why is there so little of us that do come together, that try to put ourselves on the chopping block to send the message like, hey, everybody, let's work together. I believe Trigger Mike had a show a couple weeks back saying like, hey, why can't we just live together, double down for a while, and just let's see if we can build, because it takes time to build. You can't build overnight. It takes time, but we just keep getting thrown off and starting back over again. You know, start the game over again, reset.
It's Western culture. It's not necessarily a Black thing. Things are magnified for us like everything else. Thanks. And the one thing that Just Pearly thing showed us is that the people in Great Britain are a whole lot like Americans in terms of the behaviors, you know. And so it's a Western thing because the culture is over there, and some of the cultural things over here are pretty much the same, except that the people who come to the United States, a lot of them lose some of their old culture. And some don't. Like, you know, the Jews, they keep their culture good. So do the Asians. A lot of them do. But some other folks are starting to lose their grip. But I know over in Great Britain, it seems like cultural things, especially from the Middle East people, is still strong. It's still, those ties still bind.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Being born and raised in London, that is true. But I think the difference between, you know, with the Western mindset, the difference between the British and the Americans is that Americans are very loud and very vocal and about what they want and about how they think. Brits do everything very undercurrent, very covert. You guys are very brash and outward with how you think and how you feel. Brits have this thing about having to have super manners and keep everything tight-lipped and stiff upper lip and keep everything on your chest and don't express yourself so openly in front of people, and that's the difference, but the mentality is still the same.
I hear you.
I think the thing that we get to a point now, we're seeing society change so much, and this where society is not the best, but we got to really think about this too as a community. Like, the people who want that life to be better families, I think there's going to come to a point where all the people who have the same point of view are going to come together and just like, we're going to go with the people who want the same thing instead of being with the rest of the crowd that goes this rebellion route. That's going to happen soon, where everybody's going to connect with the same thing. Like me and all of us being here, we want the same thing, to have healthy families and community. And honestly, those views who want to follow that rebellious, like I said, the ladies who don't want to get married, they're feminists, they're going to be the ones on their own journey. But the ones who want to change, I've talked to a older woman that just got out of a marriage that was, you know, that was a situation for her. But the thing is, she now went back to the right path, and now she's trying to get right to get another opportunity to be married. So those are the ones who want to get better, should be in this communities like this. They're going to get better opportunities once they're remarried, because I'll say right now, there's so many people that want the same thing. They're going to come together versus the ones who follow that the broad way like everybody else. So there's going to be a few people who want it. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see that soon.
So you're talking my language right there, because I always say people act like I don't like the talk of unity. I'll be like, oh, we need unity. No, we don't. No, we don't. We need more division. We need tribalism.
Yeah.
I'm trying to build my tribe of like-minded people. I'm trying to build my army of like-minded people. You try to pull everybody in. The same people that made this community a living hell in the first place are going to come along with. I don't want those people. It's like we're on a basketball court picking the scrubs, expecting to win the game. I want the starting five. I want the tall, the best point guard, the best. You see what I'm saying? I want to put my whole squad together right. The funniest thing about it, people don't even understand. It is through that method. Remember, people don't even change until they have no choice. So
Yeah.
once you see enough of your people moving without you, and and literally nobody's bothered with your BS no more, it's going to make more people move toward you. They're gonna more people tapping you on the shoulder, asking you how you did it, and can they come along? What I got to do to be a part of this group, right? You have to put a barrier to entry in order to get interest, right? My frat wasn't just sign up and you in the frat. They put a barrier, a big ass barrier to entry in there. And I said, I want to be one of them, right? Like, we got to start thinking about it a little different. So, what's going on, Mr. Williams? I got a question. I think
What's
I
going
want you
on
to
with
answer.
everybody?
Going on
Oh,
with
we
All right.
chilling, you know, having mature adult conversation like we always do on the Trigger Mike show. No terrorists have come up yet today, but it's still time. It's still time. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, can you sex? Damn. Can you have sex with a platonic friend and maintain a friendship afterwards?
No,
Please explain.
I mean, cause like the dynamics, like the whole like relationship gonna be different with a friendship. Like she, definitely if it's good, she gonna get clingy. And if you ain't really trying to make it nothing serious, you ain't gonna want all that. Like, and say for instance, you trying to deal with somebody else, and she around that same area, it's gonna become a problem. You feel me? So you already know how that go. You feel me? They might end up fighting or something.
Let me ask the fellas. Have y'all ever smashed a neighbor?
No. I can't answer that. No.
Okay, yeah, you gonna see that scenario you were just talking about. You gonna see how crazy it can get if you smash a neighbor.
As a young
Who
man,
else want in
yeah.
on
Yeah, as a young man, yeah.
that? Yeah. So
Fact,
you gonna see that up close, how
so
crazy they
you
can
can't
get when y'all
even.
supposed to be
It
cool.
might get, and when you got other little girls coming around, like she get jealous instantly. Like she already mugging them, looking at them crazy. You feel me? Like yeah, it goes left real quick.
I hope you're not talking Jones and for more. I hope you are not talking about what we talking about right now. Talk about women can, men cannot. What world you living in? Please send me a plane ticket to the opposite world where you live. All right, wife school, we'll start with you. What you think? What you got on the question?
Definitely not. I know that people try to be strong and say like, oh yeah, I can be that way. We hear influencers like Brittany Renner, like I have no emotions. I can smash 50 men. I don't honestly believe it. One of my ex coworkers, he had asked me, "You think?" Same question. Do you think a man and a woman can have sex and things be platonic? And I'm reading right between the lines. I like, well, I know you're trying to direct that question to me, but I'm saying no. It can't be because the woman could catch feelings, and it just destroys the whole dynamic and messes up the purpose of it being platonic.
And it's very rare that women can do that anyway. I've seen women that can
Yeah.
do it, but it is a very small percentage of them, and they the ones that get passed around. Like they not the ones that's trying to be committed to nobody. But
Okay.
for the vast majority of women, no, they can't.
And there's usually some trauma behind their lack of
Yeah.
emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's where my answer was going. Moses, what you got?
And they treat you just like the homeboy.
Yeah, exactly. Like it did.
Yeah, there's some type of emotional damage there somewhere, if you're going to be passed around like that, that's just not healthy. It's a mental blockage there, where something happened where, they always say like sexual promiscuity comes from something in the family where that weird uncle did something or cousin. Those kind of relate to those stories where they can come from that mindset to just make that choice, where they want to be accepting that as I want acceptance to be sexually active, or there's something there that trying to fulfill that's still a problem have not dealt with in years. Like I said, therapy is always going to find that out because it's a trigger. It feels good, but it's not good. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Sparkle, what you got on the question? Can you have sex with a platonic friend and maintain a friendship afterwards?
Nope. Nope. No. I have never known a woman who can. And I come across some crazy 304s who've been around the block and they catch feelings. They really do. At the end of the day, once someone's seen your pleasure face, no. I mean,
Woo!
when you're no, let's be real. Like if you like women are the most vulnerable and let their guard down to the highest regard when they're naked. There's no way somebody that you've just been on a cordial platonic level with suddenly sees your pleasure face and you just go back to that. No. Lies.
Pleasure face. That's
Lies.
crazy.
That's deep though, right? Like,
I'm gonna use that word, pleasure face. That's a good one.
How can y'all just be sitting having the coffee, talk about it, but you looking in her face like, God, that vein that be popping. That's the same vein that come out when.
Yeah, and you've heard certain moans come out of her. No, there's no way it's going back to the way it was prior to that. No, that's lies. No. No, women will convince themselves of it so that they can be like, I hate to say this, but some women, rather than add to their body count, they'd rather have a friend that they go back to for that and think that it's okay. But no, they'll catch feelings eventually.
All right, let me
Sneaky link.
respond.
That's what they call it.
Let me respond to this. Lorna says, I've had friends for 20 years plus that I've never had sex with. So Lorna, I have to ask you, is this a family friend? Does your significant other, if you have one, know these men? And I want you to do the challenge. Text these dudes, tell them you want to smash, and see their response. A man will wait that long.
Mike, she's not about to do it. He got some benefits she's not trying to give
Do
up.
the challenge. Let me know how it goes. If you think men actually want to be your friend, Lorna, do the challenge. Let me know how it goes. Screenshot me on Instagram at Trigger Mike Show. All right, Enter Black Dragon. How you doing?
Doing all right. How's everybody?
All right.
We good.
So
what you got on the question, bro?
So I guess I'll be the exception. I have, and I'm still friends with her. Our friendship was built on just trying to on a late night, like maybe 15 years back, something like that. She was a completely different person. I was a completely different person, but we were cool. And then things got physical. We got into it. We did have some sex, but yeah. But and we were sleeping together for a while, but it never went far as to say, okay, we're in a relationship now or we're dating now. So there was this cooling off period where we just didn't talk. She was doing her thing, I was doing mine, and then we came back together as friends, and then it continued from there. And we're still talking, even today. So it's possible, but it's not possible with every woman. I'll say that. I can definitely say I believe everyone here on this panel, but I believe I am the exception.
Did you play that song? Did you play that song afterwards with Trey Songz? You can't be friends. What's it called? It goes like you can't be friends no more.
Oh yeah. Ain't no way. We just cool with being friends. So enter Black Dragon. I got a question for you, my man. Would you hit that again?
Most definitely, bro. Okay, now I would, but here's the thing: the reason why we're not sleeping together right now is because our friendship has kind of evolved, and we have a lot of respect for it. Wait. We have a lot of respect for each other, and it's like I can come over and tell her about people I'm seeing, and she can tell me the same. So that's what our friendship was built on in the first place. So that's kind of how we got there. We ended up exactly where we started.
But she's not married, though, is she?
Not married.
Okay.
So she ain't trying to be the homie no more.
I have
the
a question.
Second y'all get back in that same scenario, y'all are gonna be bedrocking. We ain't trying to hear it.
No, we can be alone. We've been alone. We've been drinking. We drink buddies too, but we just never take it there. It's just like, nah.
Hold on.
Is she attractive? Yes, of course. She's for me, she's but
she's
I'm
smashing then.
Right. But it's just we both decided we got to a point where if we do sleep together again, it's not worth the possible relationship, catching feelings, this and that. You were talking or texting. We don't want any of that. So we just
I've got
keep
to
it
ask you a
where it
question.
is.
So y'all got to make that clear up front. Like
Either-
this what it's going to be, and this
If
what it's
either
not going to be.
Go ahead, Sparkle.
I've got to ask you this: if either of you are dating someone, do you let your prospective partners know that you've smashed your friend? Like, do they know about this person, or is it kept under the rug?
We fully disclose that, like, if I'm seeing someone and I'm like, hey, I'm going to Michelle's place, and me and her have had history, but that was like
You cold-blooded.
Wait. But I always have full disclosure because I'm like, hey, look, I'm going to my homegirl Michelle's house. Sometimes I stay the night over there. Yeah.
Hold up.
EBD, did you hear my monologue this morning?
Hold up.
Did you just skip the monologue before you came
This
in?
is a terrorist.
No,
Not my
I'm
man. No, I
I'm
can't take
gonna bring her up. One day I'm gonna bring her up or record a conversation that we have, and then I'm gonna play it for y'all, and she'll keep it 100.
You're one of my best panelists. How could you do this to me today of all days?
Hey, look, this one thing I would say though, if it's a woman that's really rocking with you, she's not going to trust you going over there.
That's why I asked the question. I was like,
all right, we're gonna put the question. All right, so we're gonna put the question to the chat now. We're gonna put the question to the chat. If you were in a long-term committed relationship with Enter Black Dragon, ladies, would you feel comfortable with him going over Shorty's house, knowing that he has smashed her in the past? Not only going, but spending the night. Ladies in the chat, yes or no? We open up a hotline on your ass today, man. What? He said, spend the night. Spend the night. Spend the night. My
hey,
man
Mike,
Dre.
I would say this though, like when me and my girl got together like years ago, and I brought her around like where I'm from and stuff, and I was like, you know, like introducing her to people, like, yeah, that's my homegirl. She was already looking at everybody funny, like, and I ain't even do nothing with none of them, but she was already looking at them funny, like, yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know about that, like, she wasn't comfortable with me hanging around them like that, like, I say that, like, so I don't see how a woman will be cool with you going over there with one house and staying.
Yeah, I can't.
Oh no, it gets more interesting than that. It does, and I'll oh god. So she was with this dude, and for a couple years, got 2 kids. You would consider him a pookie, hell, because he's had multiple baby mamas and multiple kids. So he just happened to knock her up. So she tells him, "Hey, you know, this is my friend. This is my dog. Like, doesn't matter our relationship. This is my friend. You know, we have history, but this and that." So this new boyfriend of hers, who turned into a long-term relationship, sometimes he would walk around the house and be like, "Hey man, you trying to, you want to smash? You want to like take something?" I'm like, no, I'm good. So he would always drop those subtle hints like, hey, do you want to, I mean, I know you and Michelle have done it before, so are you looking to do it again? This and that.
He tried to get you in a threesome situation, or did he want to watch?
No, I think he was trying to set one up, but I was like, nah, I'm not interested in that.
He was trying to set you up.
Yeah, that's what I felt. But it's like I'm not falling for any of that, right? But me and her are friends like that. So ever since that scenario, my homegirl's like, okay, well, it doesn't matter who I get with, at least you know what the deal is. They know what the deal is, and so do you. So that's how we have a respectable level, even though we're both in or out of relationships.
Yeah. He was plotting on taking your life. He was plotting on deleting you that day if you said yes, bro.
Right.
He had one hand behind his back with the blaster. Like, I hope this fool say yes. I hope he say yes.
It sounds to me like he was kind of down low and wanted a 3-way. I don't know.
Right.
No, I knew what he was saying.
Right.
I knew what he was saying. The dude was like trying to set the scenario up to see if you were eager. Like, you know what I mean? He was setting you up, bro. He was going to delete you. But my man Dre, what's going on? How you doing? Oh, we got double. Every time we have two people from the UK, we no longer say bro. It's only bruv here.
What up, Trigger Mike?
And blokes. We only like blokes and bruvs right now. Right?
And tea. Lots and lots of tea.
It's tea time here on the Trigger Mike Show. What's up, my man?
We don't all drink tea, guys. That's what counts.
What up? What up?
All right. What's your answer to the question? Can you have sex with a platonic friend and maintain the friendship afterwards?
I think you got to look at it from the context of who has the frame. So if the guy's value is higher than the woman, then probably not. But a woman certainly can. I think 80% of women, and this is probably going to offend a lot of people, offer very little utility outside of sex.
I said that in the monologue, bro. Like, men don't benefit from being friends with women.
So if you're friends with a woman and you're not getting some sort of physical access to her, whether it's sex or whatever you want to call it, it's a completely pointless exercise for a man, because she's getting all the benefits from you without giving you what you truly want, which is sexual access. Let's be honest, most men deal with women for sexual access and nothing else. If you've got problems, you got to speak to your guys. Most women don't understand masculine problems and the realities of a man. So a man is severely disadvantaged if he's friends with a woman and he's not getting what he wants. The woman certainly wins because he will listen to her. He'll be a shoulder for her to cry on. You know, he'll offer her the real insight of the world that most women are shielded from. So, yeah, I discourage most guys from being friends with women. It's completely pointless. You can't. Most women don't understand masculine problems. So, yeah.
I mean, look, I couldn't agree more. And I know ladies hate it. That's why in that part of my monologue, I said, ladies, tons of benefit for you. Because I've been out with female friends and me and my boys pay for all the ladies. That's why they always want to be around us. They want the protection. They want, all of that. They want to be seen out with the big dudes on campus. They want to be seen out with these dudes because it makes them look good. But it's like, yo, at the end of the night, you literally blocked me from getting some ass. Get out of here. Get away. Get away.
The only pushback I would have on that whole statement is whether you want to have some insight from a woman. Now, so this is a time dependent thing. If you spend a lot of time with girlfriends, then you're wasting your time. But if you have some specific things you might want to know from some women that you might think can help you out with your personal life, then you could utilize them in that fashion. You don't want to, but I do largely agree. If you see a guy with just a bunch of girls, he ain't getting any, and he spends all his time with them, then he is wasting his time,
Can I
There's
ask
no doubt about it.
Go ahead, Sparkle. Go ahead.
Aside from the odd exception, would you say that the majority of men who have female friends are simps? Because I find
100%.
No, they're not just simps. A lot of them are dogs. Like they're dogs too. Like they're literally just womanizers. A lot of men that hang around women can also be womanizers. Simps are womanizers.
Yeah, but they're also willing to waste a lot of resources and time. Whereas, a masculine man will let you know what he wants, and if he's either going to stick around to get it or he's going to go and find it elsewhere. Yep. A simp will sit and wait in the cup for as long as you let them out.
In the animal kingdom, that's actually the definition of a beta. He's just going to wait for the alpha to be done and creep in. And like literally, listen, when a woman loses access to the man she wants, she's emotionally damaged and then seeking somebody else to latch onto. That's literally when he's going to strike and handle that responsibility. Not saying like all stepdads are simps or anything, but there's a specific type of dude that will use your emotional damage against you to go ahead and try to play hero in that moment. And that is the simp, right? Because he knows there's no other way he could qualify for that woman other than to save her in that moment. So
but Mike, doesn't that go to that one saying, she's not yours, it's just your turn?
Indeed.
And another thing too, a shoulder to cry on is a D to ride on.
Isn't that where that term Captain Saberho comes from?
Yeah, that's
that concept that you were talking about. Like they're rejected by the alpha male or the male that they want, but here comes beta, like Captain, like to save her from, whatever her trauma may be.
That's the only way he can get her.
Yeah, but if we're going to be realistic, a lot of those guys don't want her. They just want the experience of a smash. Once they've had it, they're
Facts.
done. Then it's not.
I don't know if we're
And
wait. I don't know if they're done, because once you getting it good, you want some more of it and you want it consistent. So it's
If
never
it's
just
good,
really a one night stand thing. Is more on the woman's side, not really the man.
I was gonna say,
If
so
it's really
there's levels.
It shows
There's
actual
levels
there's
to it.
levels to it.
There's actually levels to it. So remember, I said that the women. So I'm the type where it's like once I get the access. In fact, I was more of a one and done. I will wait. Like most men will just wait in the corner in the cut. We'll just wait in the cut. She'll proposition you. You'll be like, "Yep, my turn." Once you got it, you're done. I'm not trying to be in a relationship with you. I'm not trying to do anything like that.
Hey,
That's
Mike.
the first year. Yep.
Depending on what she's doing, if it's A1, you're gonna keep her around for a little bit.
You're right in the rotation, but the worst part, because I never wanted to be the dude that sold a relationship. Now that we bedrocking, no. I've never been that dude. In fact, I know
Definitely gotta
too
let
much.
that be known.
The
up
worst
front.
part is that I know, even though you use what you know to get the box, I now know too much for you to be wifey. You see what I'm saying? Like,
let's be honest. If you actually had feelings for her and you wanted to establish something, you wouldn't necessarily smash at the first instance that she's available.
no, I'm a man. I'm gonna smash.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Whereas if you're a guy that just wants to have the experience of, it's my turn, I smashed that. Once you're done, you're not picking up the phone as quickly. You're not answering the texts as fast. Like you got it done.
Indeed.
Check.
Yep.
At least that's how. That's how.
But you see why I said womanizers. Womanizers are also in that category. That's how they collect a good amount of bodies. They're just in waiting, right? And you have to look at all the methods in which men meet women. So I told you I meet women organically. So, I don't want to look like a creep, so I don't proposition women at all. So it's like I meet women at work. They make comments about me being cute and all that type of stuff. We used to exchange numbers. I used to just sit and hold and like, I don't know what she got going on. I'm not going to proposition her. I'm going to just keep being me, keep being charismatic. Whoop-de-whoop. One day after the Christmas party, fire. Like, you know what I mean? And then on to the next one. So womanizers also in that group.
Yeah, but there's a spectrum, Mike. And a lot of women understand. A lot of women can decipher the hound from the simp. You know what I'm saying? And the hound, if he gets lucky, she says, you know what, this guy, but if the simp gets lucky, it's a different dynamic altogether, right? Because I know a guy was waiting around a girl, she wouldn't give him the time of day, and then she finally gave him the mercy F, and I said, I bet you blew it too. And he just started laughing. And he said it was the worst experience in his life. He was so hyped up. And I said, yeah, man, you were like a 2-minute brother, probably. So he laughed about it. But so when a simp gets his opportunity, he's so pent up that he might not even perform well. So but the cockhound is always gonna, jump on it.
That's what
All right.
The Christmas
So,
come up.
go ahead.
Wow.
Sparkle, you done? I was like, I've only known that to happen to one person, but the story behind it and the length of time, I was like, there's no way you've been waiting on this. Your turn. He was waiting on his turn. Another frat brother. God, these dudes are funny. He was waiting on his turn. What? We were 18, 17. Okay. So this is the worst part about it. He was super simpish because most of the boys hit. That's why it's like I can't know anybody that did something and still be waiting and waiting for a woman. This dude waited all those years. Then he gets her attention and she comes out. He like, bro, it was terrible. Yes, because everybody has stretched the box out except you. So it can actually happen more often than not. Our last panelist kind of went away, but let me bring up the next question. Have you encountered an inappropriate friendship situation? Please explain. Wife school, you go first.
Why are you coming to me first?
We haven't heard from you in a while, beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Let me preface this. This is the Trigger Mike show. We want the tea. We don't want any doctored up thing that you're about to try to save women's feelings. I want the tea. You don't got to name names, but I want an exact situation as trifling and as rated R. I want NC-17 up in here. Continue. In fact, triple X. Nah, JR gonna get mad. NC-17. Go ahead.
Oh man, this isn't good. Well, I guess like, how can I say this?
I just told you, do not make the story up. You're trying to change the story in your head. The graphicness. Go ahead and spill it out.
Oh, Mike, I'm trying to be the wife. Uh, I guess I've been inappropriate. I won't say that I'm a princess or perfect. Like sometimes you know that you have that friend who you can have those conversations with, and you're in a relationship, right? And that person that you have over there, your friend that you can talk to and tell everything. Sometimes the conversation can get a little inappropriate if you have history. And then at that point, I had to reel it back in. You know what I'm saying? And like say, well, girl, you need to stop. And that's probably not the best thing, or you're not showing yourself that you're in a relationship or respecting your partner. And I had to reel it in, but I do admit that if you have the right opportunity, the right grounds, and sometimes you can just be inappropriate in communication. And I've been inappropriate. Yeah. I've fed into it and then realized that wasn't probably the best thing.
Deep accountability. We love it here. All right. Moses, have you ever encountered an inappropriate friendship situation? Oh, you're on mute.
I don't think it was like a friendship, but it was the same day we met. So I was at a graduation party for my cousin in Philly. You know what I'm saying? So it was kind of random, but I mean, it wasn't like that whole thing we connected afterwards. I was in high school, so sophomore year. I don't think it was anything more than that, but nothing, no sex, of course, but I was still a virgin still. But the thing is, it was so random. I just thought we just never had nothing in common besides that attraction. But that's a thing. You just don't know what you're looking for. You're just kind of going through the motion, the flow, in the life, and I mean, that's what happened. That's all I can really give you. I don't have any crazy story to give you, honestly. If I did, I would share it, but I don't have anything like that. So.
Oh, so what you're saying is you don't involve yourself in the toxicity. All right.
No.
My man. No worries. We're gonna get some tea out of somebody. I know it. In fact, Enter Black Dragon's coming up. He came loaded. His gun is loaded today. All right, Sparkle, go ahead.
I can't say I have actually. No, I can definitely, like I said earlier, I was in a friendship with someone that made it known to me that if I made the offer, it could happen. But nothing ever happened, and I can't think of a time even in my teens when I had been. So no, I'm a bit like Moses on that one. Yeah.
Good. Enter Black Dragon. I'm almost afraid to ask.
So I have this best friend who I still hang with since high school, and there was this. I've always had a thing for his mom because she's just young. She's just attractive. When I first saw her, I thought I was like, yo, man, who's this? Like your sister or what? Like, oh no, that's my mom. I'm like, wow. So ever since then, he knows how I feel about his mom, and we went to Thanksgiving, and we're all drinking like wine like adults since we were out of high school. It was a few years later, and the mom and I kind of like exchange in conversation about relationships or this or that, but there was kind of some hints, and it's like the wine, if the wine's too much, you can always crash on the couch, and I'm like, oh, all right. So none of that happened, but ever since then, that became something that kind of stemmed out of inappropriateness, but it never went anywhere. I'll tell you that. Never went anywhere, but hey, those feelings are there. I mean, if my homeboy's mom ever pursued it. I told him, I'm like, hey man, I might, we might, this friendship may be really weird because if I'm your stepfather and your best friend, then it's gonna be awkward.
You need to write a memoir. I'm like, what's coming next?
Hey,
Yo,
Mike,
the
he gonna be like,
toxicity from my man today. Y'all know the term curveball when somebody throws you a curveball. You didn't see it coming. Oh my goodness.
I didn't
Mike,
expect
he gonna
you
be
to
like
say you
Melvin
can
off
see
of Baby
your
Boy
face,
in the kitchen.
Yo.
Talking about, you want some breakfast?
You want some breakfast? Jody gonna take you out this time. Oh my goodness. No, Jody didn't know old boy. He didn't know him. This is his friend. He taking his head off. Yo, just know if we got somebody coming up here to let us know that you have mysteriously left the earth, we're gonna take a few guesses and wonder why that is. Dre, you next.
It's always very difficult, isn't it, to be transparent about your sexual past and where you've been inappropriate,
Look, Dre, I didn't even ask about like personal. Everybody's
Okay.
inappropriate situation is personal.
Yeah.
So you don't got to get personal if you don't want to.
No, fair play. But I mean, I don't expect much transparency, given some of the connotations of sexual behavior, and people don't want to incriminate themselves here, So, but I have one to share, and not necessarily me perpetrating it per se, but I had a very bizarre incident a couple of years ago where I was trying to get into this event. It was in a huge park in London, and we're all queuing up. I was queuing up with friends to get into this event, and the security guards who were searching people to get into the event were largely women, right? And as I stepped up, they were searching us. She literally grabbed my balls, popped a handful of my scrotum and my penis, and she said to me, "You're a big man. You can take it." I was like, "What?" And I kid you not, I was shocked. And it just highlighted the double standards, when it comes to sexual inappropriateness. That if you'd have done that to a woman, can you imagine the fallout? So I was kind of mystified a bit, but then I laughed it off. She was a Jamaican woman. She was speaking Patois and laughing it off. And he walked in, just brushed it off. But yeah, it was quite astonishing actually. Yeah.
Drake got me too.
Those gotta be spotted in the Caribbeans. Why they gotta do that?
Do you see how though? So you remember earlier in the monologue, I said women are far more. I believe they could be far more inappropriate because most men don't want to look like creeps. Your career is over if you do anything like that. Women believe all men like this, and we won't. We won't say anything. We're going to be aroused by it. Just like you, those situations that happened to me, I was just floored. Like, what is going on? First off, you grab my balls like that, I'm on the floor. The next second, mine is sensitive. I'll be like, oh, I'm gonna let everybody know I'm hurt. But anyway, like I'm telling you right now, I haven't even prompted anyone. If we go around, you'll gather more stories like that from men than women about a woman just somewhere your private area just handles it any way she wants to, right? And it's somebody you don't even know. It don't even have to be somebody you know. I'm telling you, it happens to men more. We just
trigger. I'm watching TikTok, and this lady, I guess Busta Rhymes was walking through someplace, maybe the airport. She pinched his butt. He threw that drink on her like, what?
That was funny. I ain't gonna lie though.
It was funny. I actually was like on his side because you can't just do that. That's
like it was holy water. He just right on him. And look, she talked about she did it to get his attention. Did you see that reach? That is a butt grabbing reach.
Yeah. Around all the big under the jacket too, right? Around all the security.
You could have grabbed the jacket. You went under. You thought he'd like it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Crazy. Mr. Williams, your go. Have you ever encountered an inappropriate friendship situation?
It wasn't a friendship. It was actually a girl that basically was hitting on my man, and basically, us being young, I was trying my hand. I told him to tell her it's my birthday, and I was trying to get some top, and she gave it up.
Y'all giving up all the dirty secrets of your childhood. This is crazy.
And the crazy part is though, like, because we had took it to my house and I left on the rim, and my father was like, "Oh, he next, huh?" Because he walked in there. I was like, I didn't expect him to see what was going on, but yeah.
Now I know
crazy
why
out
we
here.
have such trouble past out here in America. The stuff y'all were doing as children.
Look, you gotta get it where you fit in.
I know. Mr. Neighborhood, what's going on?
Yes,
said,
sir.
Peaches,
Yes,
you said
sir. How you
women
doing
would
today,
never
baby?
what?
What was
Peaches
that?
said, Peaches said women would never. Would never what? Shit. I was like, every dude on this bill like, shit.
They be doing everything out.
They're gonna make it happen one way or another. I know that. Now, I would say, and this is just to speak frankly for myself, I am the son of a certified womanizer. I didn't know women had utility other than giving you all of the information in which you had to know and do and point them in the right direction for them to do it. Now, that's just where I came from, but I have evolved from that man because I was a walking inappropriate relationship. I, as a younger man, was a loss prevention manager over a lot of stores with a lot of women in them and had to mind myself with all of them when I was the authority figure in the building. So, as anyone can understand, when you are in that capacity, you have to have a lot of relationships with women that are very plutonic because it is hinged upon your success in the business to not, to be crude, don't fuck the girls. Like that was one of the things that one of my managers taught me young in the business. Do not deal with the women because you will lose everything and not be rehireable anywhere going forward if you deal with the women. So that I took that going forward. As to in my personal life, I have friendships with women that I have never had any sexual encounters with, never sent them an offhanded text message, never said, "Hey, what's going on later tonight?" They have called me in the middle of the night when they have had problems. They've called me when they needed a tire fixed. Now, guess what? And I am not a simp by far. I had 3 children by the time I was 23 years old. Like it was not that type of time. I was horrible and had to bring it all the way back. But when it comes to inappropriate relationships with women, as a man, and I'm going to always stress this, you know how to mind yourself. And if you do not, you will lose yourself and be lost in the sauce and you will lose everything. Because I have lost everything and had to go as far as to go into the plasma center to give my universal energy away to try to get it all back. Thank you.
My man just preached. He got the preacher voice. All right, Mr. Rich, can you tell us about an inappropriate friendship situation?
I haven't had too many inappropriate relationships with inappropriate things with women that were friends. I mean, I might have thrown some crooked game on them when I was young, trying to learn my craft. I had a girl tell me everything I told her sounded like a fairy tale. But I do have a story. I was with one of my girlfriends when I was in college, and she knew I had a friend that I didn't have any, I didn't fool around with. And she was jealous of this girl. And so we're in the bed, we're naked, right? So she grabs my joint, right? And she says, she says, "I bet you like that girl." I said, "What are you talking about?" And then she said, "Yeah, well," and then she said the girl's name. "I bet you like her. How about," and she said her name. And then I popped a wheelie, when she was holding me, I popped out, she never let me live that down. She said, "I thought you didn't like her." So I said, "Oh my God." And it was psychological warfare. Right? So, it's like a woman, or if you're fooling around with a woman and she grabs your joint, then she asks you if you love her. What are you going to say?
Let my manhood go.
She got you. You're going to say, "Yeah, shoot, you're the best woman I ever had." Yeah.
I'm calling the cops.
So I don't know. But that was my own strange thing because she's like, I don't know how she tapped into my psychology, but she grabbed it. She said the girl's name and just an instant willy, man. It was pretty weird. It was kind of weird, but I had to live it down some way, shape, form, or fashion. But that's the most inappropriate thing I did.
So you are affirming that women have been violent for quite a while. Okay.
Yeah, well, It was more like a love grab, you know.
Nah.
More like a love grab. Anyway, but that's it.
Y'all funny.
I don't have enter the Black Dragon stories though.
Mhm. Nah, we low key we're gonna shadow ban him for the rest of the episode because I don't even if we've already gotten best friend sleepover, smash my best friend mom. What comes next? I don't want to know.
That's right.
What comes
That's
next? Ennis, what's going on, man?
How you guys doing?
All right.
Yeah, I've
Uncle
been listening to
Stepdaddy
you.
over
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys for a minute, and the inappropriate thing it's interesting. Like you say, have you had any inappropriate moments? Um, I would definitely say yes. Everyone's had them, and you've delivered them and you've received them, and that's the one thing that I I'm just speculating. It's just that we don't we don't like give like or say the moments that we've delivered. We all can attest to something we've received, but we all back down when it comes to saying to inappropriate moments that we have personally delivered. Me myself, I find that because I used to have a bike store, I used to run a bike store. You get a lot of like customers come in that are women and stuff, and I quickly got over the point where in order if I had to separate, yo, she looks good. I like to holler at her because they coming in their bike shorts and all of that stuff and they're looking good. So you it's just a man's inclination to like, want to say something. And I had to check a couple of my business partners, yo, we want the shop to survive. You need to check yourself. But it goes in reverse because you get moments where you're like her, and you're jeopardizing getting that money or getting a hookup and then potentially ruining your business. So I probably when I was younger, I had quite a few inappropriate moments when there were female customers coming to the shop, and I'd be like, "She's got to be the one. I'm gonna take that chance." And you realize 6 months later, and you don't learn. You don't learn until maybe the third or fourth time, and then you get older. I'm much older now, and you couldn't move me now. You could come in naked. I'd be like, so yeah, that's the bike for you, and then I direct you to your purchase. But yeah, it's just that denial, like or not so much denial, but lack of talking about like what we learned from where we came from and how we got to where how we got to where we're at right now. So it's not easy. It's a lot of learning. We have a lot of trials, and yeah, that's all I have to say. It's not easy, but you get there.
All right, my man. I guess it's my turn. I was gonna talk about somebody else, but now everybody got to make me hold myself accountable. I guess so. My college girlfriend, that relationship was toxic. We did a whole lot of stuff to each other. Okay, I had a lot of inappropriate friendships. I did a lot of don't worry about that girl, that type of stuff. Um, not all of it was, and well, in fact, nope, not one of them were initiated by me. So I'm gonna defer to what Sparkle said earlier as to when you're most attractive when you're taken. I believe that. So all the girls that just cool with, just shooting the stuff, now they see you got a girl, they see you on the yard. I'm actually I was a serial monogamous. Like I always would not only be with someone, I'd like to be seen out with them. I'm all lovey dovey sitting on my lap. That's when you're the most attractive to women because it's like I'm not expecting to get a text from on my phone because of that moment, or women are looking and her girls, her sorority sisters coming over there telling her, what's that problem? Why she keep looking at you and your man? And I'm like, wow, all of this is amplified now that I'm not available anymore. But yes, I did give into some of it. And especially during those, this is why you shouldn't go on breaks, ladies and gentlemen. Let Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade be a testament to that. You better work out your problems because I can remember a few instances where she said, we don't got to deal with each other no more. And I'm like, I leaned in, was like, are you sure? You sure you want this? Cause I'm texting a few people. You sure? All right. That 2-week break, gonna add a few notches to the belt. And then of course you try to stop it because they got back together and they like, no, we can keep doing this. I don't care about her. And then, you go on doing trifling things, so on and so forth. So still claiming this is my friend. This is a girl I work with. This is a girl that I have class with, whatever. So that's number one. The one that I wanted to highlight though is one of my friend's stories. This one is titled, She Ruined His Proposal. They were friends from college. They smashed one time. It was like a revenge smash against her. He was chasing after her. Like, he was obsessed with her, always getting at her. She like, boy, we cool. Stop. She like revenge smashed him trying to get back at her boyfriend. But then they went back to seemingly being cool. Like, we were all even in groups together multiple times, and it seemed like they were cool. They didn't smash or whatever. Then we grow up naturally. He goes back to his hometown. The girl that he's with is her sorority sister, but on 2 different lines. They're not on the same year. So, ladies, I also got to tell you, watch out for your sorors. They'll take your man too. Even the ones on your own line will take your man. Okay, so y'all chill out with that and know that's possible. This dude is set to propose to his girl at her graduation for her master's degree. The other girl, like in a group chat situation, finds out about it. Like, everybody's talking about it. Everybody be like, yo, it's going down. Y'all going out there for it. She proceeds to be like, what? Nah, you shouldn't do that. She's not the one for you. I'm like, you know her. Why? How are you saying all of this? So we see her tripping in the group chat or whatever. Next thing you know, she's saying she's coming into town and she needs to stay at his crib. So me being the best friend, he texts me like, yo, what's going on? Damsel in distress. Y'all, I think women use that a lot. She trying to stay over here. I mean, you think we'd be good. She ain't gonna say nothing, right? What do you think I said as a friend? Like, at that point, I was wise to it. Don't do it. This is too coincidental. No, don't do it. He did it. Somehow, taking pictures in his apartment, his girlfriend finds out. He gets to the graduation. All of her line sisters are there, livid. You let her stay at your apartment. What were y'all doing? Ruined the proposal. They broke up. He had to fly back single after he was about to propose. That woman just went on about her life. It's not like they got together or nothing. So yeah, they're both with other people. He's actually married now, but damn, I was like, the lengths a woman will go through just because you're not available no more. You about to choose somebody else. I've seen this too many times.
Look, there's truth when they say there's nothing like a woman scorned. Women are the best plotters, planners, and schemers. If you cross one, you're screwed. Trust that.
Bro, he was dumb. That's why I said that damsel in distress thing. You better learn to smash.
Facts.
You better learn to slam a door in a woman's face. You let her be out there. Give me your hand. Nope.
Boy, Mike, that just sounds like she was to her. That was her mission. Abort the proposal, sabotage the relationship. Done. She didn't want him, but she didn't want her to have him.
That's the part. That's the part where I was like, so what's going on with y'all? Is there something you're not telling me? Nah, bro. She just, went back to curving me and all that. I thought something was about to be. Yo, I couldn't believe it. That's when I knew the true nature of women. If we're doing anything in this space, we're not down talking women. It's just better for men to know the true nature of women and where this can go before they ruin your life behind their own nature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say, Mike, it's not necessarily the true nature, but when a woman is hurt, that nature, there's like an evil nature that comes out.
Sparkle.
Yeah.
We know your
some
nature
women are
comes out.
crazy.
No. You trying to doctor it up.
No, listen, women can be as toxic as poison. I'm not trying to lie about that. But when they feel scorned, they don't do that for sport. They do that.
I feel like when people are stressed and under duress, that is when your true nature comes out.
Yeah.
I feel like that's when your true nature comes out.
But it's not just the nature of women, Mike.
described as evil. That's like, wow.
It's just not the nature of women, right? The guys need to understand. See, that's what I think men need to have better understanding of women. And these are the kind of things that teach men to have a better understanding of women and stop underestimating what a woman will do. But it doesn't absolve the man from being, from being smart enough to stop doing dumb things because a woman asked you.
Indeed.
I mean, if you got a full-fledged relationship going on, you ain't gonna, you sometimes just gotta say no. I bet you if we polled all the men here, and I don't know if it's going to be true or not, but one of the hardest things I had to do was turn down some trick. I'm thinking that all the hard decisions in my life, when you have the opportunity, you have the woman wants it, and if you touch this thing, it's going to be a world of hurt afterward, and you have to walk away. That's not an easy decision.
Yeah, but
right?
You've got to really assess the woman. If you're dealing with a woman who always says, I don't need no man, I'm independent, I'm all this, why would you let that woman trick you into the damsel distress act? You can't be a strong and independent woman but also be a damsel. That's a trap.
Men get blinded. Men get blinded even.
If it's a meek, sensitive, feminine woman who does the damsel distress act, that you can believe. But if it's a hyena, independent, masculine woman who does the damsel, that's a trap.
Yep.
Men get trapped by all kinds of women. You're right, but I just think that men, if they're not thinking right, they could get trapped by anyone. And that's the thing that men have to elevate. They got to elevate their standards, and those standards should help you, and your values, and those things should help you through the minefield. At least they should. And it takes time. It takes time. It takes experience, and it takes things like this, talking about it.
Yep. All right. So next question. What does it mean if your friend doesn't want to meet your significant other? We're going to start with neighborhood. You there? We all know what it means, but I want y'all to explain. Oh, he's not there. All right. Ennis, you want to go first?
Sure. Just straight cut and dry is that your significant other probably ain't shit. And I'm only basing that if they know one another. So it's usually when the people closest to you tell you stuff, and if you've invested some time and some money, you feel like you're not listening. You're just not listening, and been there, done that. You're just not listening. So you're not second guessing and you're not listening. And as far as you're concerned, your friend needs to get to step in while you go down that road and hang yourself.
All right, Mr. Rich.
I mean, that's one way to look at it. The other way, if you have a friend that doesn't want to meet your significant other, I guess that's the question, correct?
Yes, sir.
It might say something about that friend that you thought was platonic, has feelings for you. It could be that if that person warned you about your significant other and you didn't, but that's one scenario. The other scenario is she doesn't want to meet your significant other because, once she does, that puts a complete kibosh or whatever on her opportunity for you, right? So
I didn't know it was a she.
Say that again.
I didn't know the friend was a she. I thought a friend could have been a man.
Yeah, it's got to be a free. If it was a dude, yeah, you're right. But if I think it's about a girl, right, Mike?
Yes. Oh, yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because it's she. So you want to change your answer?
Sorry. That changes my changes my answer a little bit.
Okay.
Changes my answer a little bit.
There you go.
I don't know nothing else about nothing else. So
hey, but you still have a point, even if it's a she. But it depends on the relationship, because if she peeped your girl and she just doesn't want to tell you the skinny, there's a scenario where that's true too. You'll probably ignore her, but hey, I told you so, kind of thing. So that could happen. But for the most part, if she don't want to meet your girl, she knows it's over between you and nothing's going to happen, and she might just be jealous, and that's it.
Indeed.
That's what I have.
Dre, what you got?
Yeah, I was paying back off what Innes said, that if it's a female friend and you're a guy, you should never be in a position where you need to introduce your significant other to a female friend. You should not be friends with her in the first place. But
Mhm.
if for any reason you find yourself in those circumstances where you have to make some sort of introduction and your friend declines, there could be various reasons for it. I think we can only speculate, and I do agree with Mr. Payne that it could be downright jealousy. Um, and women, again, it might sound um, like I'm demonizing women, but women struggle with rejection. Men,
Oh,
men, we grow up with rejection. We're used to rejection. But the moment you put a woman in a situation where she has to feel some form of rejection, she's going to, rebel. And one of the rebellious acts is she probably doesn't want to meet her. If that's a friend, a male friend, you're a guy and you have a male friend who doesn't want to meet your significant other, then that raises some much more deep questions about your friendship. And one could possibly be that he probably knows her or knows her past and doesn't necessarily support the union that you have with her. That could be one. Um, but I think it's guys, I mean, thinking out loud, I'm struggling to find a conceivable situation where you'd have a good friendship with a guy who doesn't want to meet your significant other. Even if he's had sex with her before, you'd still go ahead and meet her and pretend like, there's nothing going on. Because like I said, guys, we communicate directly and we know how to get on with the game. But females, emotion first, logic second, you're going to get some jealousy. You're going to get some pushback and whatnot. And it's largely driven by jealousy. So, yeah.
mhm.
You forgot the one other option. That guy secretly wanted you too.
Yeah. And also
No,
trigger Mike.
I said we're not going there today.
Yeah. Trigger Mike, in a previous question, you mentioned something that women are attracted to guys who are attractive to other women. So
Yep.
you could be by yourself, walk down the street, women will never check for you. The moment they see you with another woman, oh, they start checking for you.
Yep.
And I think the biological term is called mate choice copying, because it's this inherent biological wiring that women have that you could be in a friend zone with the woman. I mean, we've all been there, and she doesn't want to be with you. The moment you find another woman, oh, she's trying to sabotage you. You magically, by some imagination, become suddenly attractive to her.
That's true.
So yeah,
That's wild.
yeah.
That sounds like very little make choice copy. I feel like it's the correct term.
There was actually I read online there was an experiment. Chimpanzees are very close to humans, and they
Mhm.
say that when the male chimpanzee is by himself, the female chimpanzees don't want to know. But the moment they pair the male chimpanzee with the female chimpanzee, suddenly all the other female chimpanzees are gravitating towards him. So it's quite interesting when you see it played out biologically. And even women themselves don't see it. They don't see that, oh, this guy's suddenly attractive because you see him with another woman. Very bizarre.
Very. My man, today, enter Black Dragon. It is your turn.
Oh god. So yes, so the friend I mentioned earlier, this is what I have her for. When we do have long-term or serious relationships, we do introduce our significant others to the other. Like I said, full disclosure, because it always avoids problems in the future. So if I'm seriously dating someone, I'll take her to go see my homegirl. Hey, this is my homegirl Michelle I was telling you about, or whoever. And this is my homeboy from high school that I kind of bring women around. So I kind of have a man and a woman's opinion about my significant other, so I can get kind of a better feeling from their points of view. So when I have relationship problems, I can go to either one of them and kind of be like, "Oh, remember the girl I introduced you to? This and that, this and that, this and that." So so if we're talking about the scenario where I do have a significant other and my homegirl does not want to meet her, it's a red flag and an issue because she could be catching feelings for me. That's a telltale sign for me. Like maybe she does feel some kind of way to where if I am with some other woman, you know, where does that leave her? But we've been through the rigmarole so many times with different people and dating. It's really, we really use each other's counsel to kind of help each other pick better partners, long term or short term or whatever the case may be. But yeah, when it's like, let's say it's one of my homeboys, I want to bring my girl around just to introduce because it may be getting serious, and he says, you know, nah, I ain't got time for that, or you know, keeps making excuses for canceling. You know, I gotta assume that I have to consider that he may not be with a woman, so therefore, why am I going to bring my woman, my relationship, I'm, you know, having feelings for this person, bringing around a single guy that's my friend who's not, you know, getting any and things like that. This kind of seems like I'm rubbing it in his face, and I shouldn't. So I have to consider that as well. But for the most part, yeah, it's kind of concerning if your friend doesn't want to meet this person. There are maybe a plethora of reasons why, but I think personally it comes down to what kind of friends you keep, you know, you keep around. Keep around your friends that are like for 15 years or since high school or since whenever. Those are going to be your ride or dies. But you know, recent friends that you may have met here or there, yeah, you know, it's fine to hang out with those people as friends. But there's only a certain proximity that you kind of keep with those kind of friends, right? I mean, some people are just in your circle, and some people you keep at a distance. So that's what I can't say.
Nice. Sparkle, what do you got?
I think, again, as a woman, it's a slightly different perspective on it. But if ever I've in the past had a male friend that hasn't wanted to meet my significant other, it's not happened that often, but I would always see that as they're being a bit territorial, and then you have to wonder why. Like, have I put them in the friend zone? Are they now pissed because they were waiting for the moment and now someone's come along and it's kicked them further out? Like, why are they acting up in that respect? So there's that element, or is it just that?
So, Sparkle, let me ask you this: you don't know he's in the friend zone?
Well, here's the thing. I know he's in the friend zone.
Okay.
He doesn't necessarily know he's in the friend zone. So if I've now said, oh, guess what? I've met this guy, and now he's acting up, he might have thought, oh, we're building something, I'm warming up to her, maybe. Do you see what I mean? And then he's acting weird. That to me is like, okay. But I haven't been in that position for a very long time. So, but then with a female friend, it's interesting because when I first met my now husband, a friend of mine point blank did not want to meet him, and I knew why. She was kind of happy with us being like the two single ones together, and me finding someone highlighted to her, crap, I really am single, I'm on my own, I don't even have my friend to do like the friend thing, because misery likes company. And rather than her being happy for me and being like, do you know what, I'm glad you found him, it just highlighted to her what she was lacking. And so there was like a weirdness now with our friendship because she wanted someone and I found someone, and that made it awkward. So women can get very spiteful and very jealous in that situation with each other because they compete. Even though she wasn't checking for my husband, he's not her type in the slightest. But my finding someone just amplified to her that she didn't have anyone around. So it's a weird one in that respect. But I think, yeah, as a woman, if you have a platonic friendship with a guy and he doesn't want to meet your significant other, that's a red flag, really. Because if he's a real friend, you would think he'd want to be there to help you vet this guy and see if he is suitable. So if he doesn't want to meet him, is it because he's got feelings, or is there something else there? Do you see what I mean?
But sorry, Trigger Mike, but this is what I'm saying, that Sparkle, surely you would have known that the guy wants a sexual access. You know, guys
You know
are
what?
not.
I think it depends, you see, because there are some men who are very, very honest about that. And then there are men who there are men who don't have as much game or confidence as you might think. So they want to try and slowly warm up to that point where they can sit you down and go, you know what, I'm kind of feeling you. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know, I can tell from talking to you guys are confident, forthright men. So you're going to lay your cards on the table with a woman and let it be known if you're interested. But you'd be surprised. There's a lot of guys who are
Not
a little bit more
necessarily.
reserved in that respect, who won't just
But hang
outwardly
on,
tell
Not,
you.
yeah, sorry, hang on.
not
Ian.
necessarily.
Most guys are not going to be honest with you. Let's be honest. Guys stay in the friend zone, waiting for a gap in your defenses, a chick in your armor, then they can strike. That's just how it works.
Yeah, but this
So,
is my point, though, right? What makes them think that that moment's definitely coming?
yeah,
You
guys
don't.
will
You
wait
just
in the friend
patient.
zone
You
for 10
patient.
years
You
if they
patient.
have to.
I was gonna say, I'll wait. We'll
Right,
wait.
but that's my point, right? You could waste years of opportunities. She might have been interested, and now she's been your friend so long that she doesn't even find you attractive anymore, when she might have before, and you should have just said something.
Because he
But
doesn't want to
that's
get
your viewpoint.
rejected. He doesn't want
Yeah,
to get
but that's your
rejected. Yeah. Anyway.
just to
That's
say
exactly my point about the confidence thing. So some guys,
Sparkle.
like you say, they'll wait for the moment to strike. If you're having a low point, or to be the shoulder to cry on, or whatever. But there are guys, because I've been in this position, there are some guys who will just wait until they're very comfortable with you and then tell you, I've got feelings for you.
Sparkle. Just to add to you said, wait, like, you know, a whole lot of time wasting time is it to a man is not a waste of time. We will lay in the cut for however long we have to lay in the cut. It's not a waste of time. So you need to flip that thought. You think
Okay,
we're
yeah,
wasting?
yeah. I
We
see.
That's
no,
biased.
wait, hold on. We are investing time because we are learning you, we're
Right.
finding you. So when we do get the chance, we know what time to make the coffee, where to how to butter the bread. You know, we ready. We ready.
Yeah.
We ready. So you
I
have
see
to
what you're saying.
women have to understand and flip that. You know, man's patience is for a reason. It's for a reason, and there's an end goal to it.
You
Oh,
know,
I think men's patience is different to women's patience, though, because while you're in the cut, you'll still be sleeping with chicks. Whereas with
You don't
women
know
might
this.
not
You
do that.
don't
We don't
Women
want
might
your body.
you
We want
you
your
don't know
mind.
this. You don't know this.
the
No,
best
You don't.
but
example,
I'm just being honest, though. Let's be honest.
the
Most
best
guys
example,
will still be sleeping with other
No,
girls.
it's
well,
not
that's
most
what?
guys.
What?
It's not most guys. It's not most
I think
guys.
so.
Most guys are not
If you
getting
get the mind,
in
the
the
body will follow.
sliding
Right.
in like that. Most guys are not able. The guys that actually are being patient and waiting like that are because they ain't getting nothing, because they ain't getting something on the side.
Yeah, but years is a long time to wait for nothing.
Don't get that out of your
For
head.
potential
Get that
nothing.
we are investing time. Get that out of your head. We are investing time.
But it's
Been there,
only an
done
investment.
that 2 to 3
But
years.
it's only an investment if you get the return on the investment.
It doesn't
You
matter.
met someone
You're not
and you've wasted
hearing.
your time.
What are y'all
Sparkle,
doing up
you're
The
not
here? What are
return
y'all
on the
doing up here?
Sparkle,
investment
you're
is
What
not
are
the
y'all
hearing.
doing?
access to
You,
the woman.
hmm? You're not
Trigger
hearing.
Mike.
You're not hearing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Trigger Mike. What is the question, sir? Good evening. Good evening, by the way, Uncle Mike. Good evening.
You gonna start calling me Uncle Mike? You know what?
I'm sorry, Uncle Mike.
What does it mean if your friend doesn't want to meet your significant other?
There's two options. She don't like her, or she might like you.
Yeah, that's pretty simple.
Yeah, cut and
Lazy.
dry.
So when y'all say friends, y'all talking about females or you talking about men?
I mean, the question is geared toward the opposite sex. So yeah, for you, female, if you have a female friend and you're trying to introduce them to your significant other because you don't want to have a relationship with that person outside of your wife, and she says, "No, I don't want to meet your wife." What does that mean?
So what it tells you is that she's in my friend zone. See, a lot of men done did it wrong. They got caught in the woman's friend zone, and they don't understand that men have a friend zone too. See, it's a lot of women waiting for that perfect man. You know what I'm saying? He got unlimited access and she waiting to be his wife. She's waiting to be this. So the one thing she don't want to do, it compromise her position if she meets my wife, because now she look like a backstabber if me and my wife was to separate and we get together, because now you knew me, you had a relationship with me. Like you knew of me compared to that. So I think a lot of women that don't want to do that, they don't want to compromise their position, because once they become friends with your wife or they get that relationship with your wife, they almost get that backstabbing role if they accept you later.
That's deep.
They don't want to look like the assassin, the marital assassin.
Yep.
Yeah. So if I didn't know nothing about you, like if you keep it 100, if I didn't know nothing about you, you and your spouse separated and we got together,
Why does any of that matter?
It's no foul play. But if I'm at your house, I'm eating your food, you know what I'm saying, I'm coming to your baby shower, I'm coming to all that thing, and I've befriended you. Now I look like a backstabbing woman. So I think it's okay, especially it's really okay for opposite genders to have friends that's not the same sex to them, but it's a level of maturity, boundaries. You know, a lot of people don't talk about having boundaries in their friendship. Like one rule I have is I have female friends, but I am never alone. Me and Trigger Mike can go over there, you know, or I can hang out with them in a group aspect. But one boundary I have is we're not going to be one-on-one, because I am still a man, and I'm not even going to put myself in a situation where people thought something could have happened. So I think you can be friends with opposite sex. I just think that, you know, kind of like Steve Harvey, he said he don't have any control. He can't control himself. And I think if you know you don't have control, you shouldn't be friends with the opposite sex.
Wait, Steve Harvey said this? I'm gonna need to look at this.
He said that. He did say that. He's right. He put that
Steve,
on the
So E the man, let me ask you: these people that you call your female friends, are they also friends with your wife?
Some and not all. Some of them are not. But me and my wife have a understanding that I do business. See, a lot of, especially when we start talking about from an entrepreneur type point, a lot of men are limiting themselves, because if you only can talk to men, your wife said you only can do business with men. It's kind of, it's like almost like financial. I can't use that word, but suicide. You know,
So you brought up a good point. This is what people usually say. I don't know if you caught the monologue. When I make the statement that men and women can't be friends, they usually bring up, a lot of them are businessmen that they have to do business with women. And they do bring up that, hey, you're just isolating half of the workforce. You're isolating a bunch of opportunity. But to my defense, would you think you're miscategorizing these people as friends and they should be categorized more as a colleague or an acquaintance? What do you think?
That's the business associate. Yeah.
No, let me tell you why they're friends. Because it is women in my life that I'm currently not doing business with, but I am maintaining the relationship because there's a possibility they can be fruitful for me. That's a friend. Like if I ain't did business with you in 2 years, you ain't a business colleague. But
I think that's still an acquaintance or a colleague, for real.
Well, I call it a friend. If I'm calling, checking on your kids, checking on your family, checking on your husband, you know, me and your husband's cool too. She's a friend. Like, I guess it depends on what your definition of a friend. But I have a friend right now. Just call me. Hey, check this out. I got some stuff going on in my Airbnb. She's an electrician. Hey, can you come over and take care of this for me? But we maintained a relationship outside of business. I think anytime see, it's different when they're an employee. If they're an employee, we talk about a whole different things. But when you talk about somebody who's you're not really doing business with, I'm not talking about a business partner, because that's something totally different. I ain't talking about a business, like if there's a business partner, that's a different type of relationship.
I actually understand what you're saying, because it could just be that it moves so fast and this person has been in that zone for so long they might not have had a chance to meet your wife. So let me ask you this question. If you asked any of these ladies if they wanted to meet your wife, you think they would say yes?
I think it depends, to be honest. It depends on what's the situation. The question really, it's not about if these women want to meet my wife, is just do my wife want to meet them? You know, because it's certain things in my business my wife just stay out of. She's like, I don't want to do it.
You know, you married the right way. So she, in my opinion, regardless if she say she want to meet him or not, she want to meet him.
Yeah,
she want to know. She want to keep her enemies close. They want to beat them.
So
Mike, can I say one thing?
The other question would be, though, if you got the midnight call from any of these women, what would you do?
Well, I think it's boundaries. This is the whole point of having boundaries. Matter of fact, my phone, it goes on do not disturb after a certain time out of respect of my household. Like nobody should be calling your phone after a certain point in time. Now you can put people, I don't know if y'all Apple users, you can put people on a like my mother's on the mandatory list. She can get through at any time. But you should no dude should be calling my house at 1:00 in the morning. What are you calling my house at 1:00 in the morning for? Like
But
whatever
that was
you
a metaphor for what I'm really asking. If a girl at any time that was one of your friend zone, what would you do? That's the question, really, though, right?
I've actually been in that situation, Mr. Payne.
Okay.
I had women tell me that, hey, they like me, they want to be with me, this, that, and the third. I correct the behavior.
There you
And
go.
what I do is I typically distance myself from them. Like I still have to respect my wife in this situation.
I got
She is my priority. So if I feel like you have any ill will, so I'm the type of person that says that I'm going to be married forever. And for me to be married forever, I have to make sure I protect the marriage. And so even if somebody's making a pass or different things like that, I need to have wisdom say, hey, I'm gonna cut this relationship because it's not producive to my marriage.
Got it.
Has your wife any male friends that you haven't met, perhaps?
I doubt it.
About it.
My wife is so involved in me. She's like my secretary. She's my lover. She's everything. My wife is so like, but I want to make this statement. I didn't tell her that she had to be this. This is who she naturally was. Like she was like, you are my purpose is to be your helpmate. And I know a lot of women might not agree with that, but if she messes somebody, I'm not a type of dude that's going through your phone, different things like that. I'm not going to do that. Another thing me and my wife do is we always share our location with each other. I know if she's at 24/7, she know what I is. We put boundaries in place that it's no secrets. Why should I have a secret, where I'm at? So it's so many things like we just put into place that most people might think they frown upon it, but it's just part of marriage. My kids the same way. I know where my kids at 24/7. If you turn your location off, you don't have a phone in my house. It's point blank. It's for everybody. So that's just the key is that do she have, I think most of her male friends are, I take it back. Yeah, she do have male friends. Because my wife, her job, her business, because she have her own business too. She have male clients. I don't know if that's considered male friends, but she do interact with men. Like I'm not about to cut our bag in half to say, hey, I got this pride issue. You ain't gonna enter. No, go get the bag, baby. Go get that bag and make sure you come home so we can live a better life. I always been that way.
Indeed.
Can I say one thing?
Yep.
To the guy earlier that was saying men investing time in a friend zone on a woman. That's how guys end up in red pill rage. That's how you get screwed over. A lot of dudes, when they in the friend zone, they build up idealistic thoughts in their mind about this woman. And that's wild, bro. So for you to say that you're investing time in a woman in the friend zone, I don't want to be around when you realize you don't have a chance.
I want to address something. Drake, is it
Can
Drake?
I reply to that?
Go
Can I
ahead,
reply
go
to
ahead, go
that?
ahead.
So basically, this is speaking to all the brothers out there that actually do this. So you have to understand that, like, yeah, when they get to that point, they're gonna explode or do whatever. But there are a lot of brothers out there that are in this place, and they're in this place because they got no skill and training in coming up and how to like deal with a woman, how to approach with a woman, how to understand that, she's not interested. I need to cut that and go on to the next thing. But they don't know how to. So they cling on to it. And I've watched guys. Yo, brother, you need to,
But
okay,
you're not done yet.
she's, no, I was actually trying to explain. I'm telling the brother, like, yo, she's actually, checking for somebody else. Yeah. But that guy's a creep and this and that. And they just hang on. They just hang on. But you need to understand, people keep speaking in generalizations that like every guy is doing the exact same thing. And every guy is not winning. So I'm
You should
speaking
tell them
I'm
stop being
speaking
a
on the
sucker.
brothers. Hmm?
You didn't tell him to stop being a sucker.
I did, and it don't speak to me
This
to
is
this
why
day.
this is
But
why
you're the one
I
He
that
cut
all
me.
the
He cut
time
me. He cut me off instead of cutting off the girl.
no, but see, this is why I said what I said, because as a woman, I know the psychology of a woman. I am one, so I know women and how we think, and why you might think that that's an investment. That's an investment like the stock market. You might lose everything. There's no guaranteed return on the investment,
It's
right?
not a. It's not a positive. No one says it's a positive
Right,
investment. I'm just
right.
saying that
Which is
this is
why I
what
was
this is
saying,
why some men we could
I
call
get why.
them losers if we
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to.
yeah. I get why they do it. But one thing about women, and I have to let this be known to those guys, if any of you are watching, if there's a woman you're interested in who's single, you're gonna have to just bite the bullet and say something earlier rather than later, because what can happen is she might have a minor attraction or some form of attraction to you, but after time that will die off and you're just her bro, you're just a friend. And when you do broach the subject, she doesn't see you like that at all. Like you can't, if you're into a woman, you have to let it be known earlier rather than later. Trust me on this, because it's only certain kind of, it's a very rare kind of woman who you can invest like all that time in, years and years or whatever, who you'll have a chance with. Many of them are not gonna see you that way. You're now family. You're that brotherly friend
Yep.
that she's tight with.
But you're not even that. You're not even in that. Let's be real. Most of you niggas that's in that friend zone is the nigga that go move the TV or the furniture. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's be real, son.
Hello, y'all gotta understand that it matters. Hold on one second. It matters the dynamics of your relationship. You can be her friend forever, and she like you. See, if she don't like you, it doesn't matter. Like it don't matter.
Thank you.
If you cry your feel like I have. Like it's women out there, they're in the friend zone. They say, man, I got this guy and I want this guy. He is my dream person. You know, she's giving him the box, she's giving him complete access to him. And he still put her in the friend zone. So I think dynamics, but I feel like men should not have women around them that doesn't add value to them. But I'm gonna let you go because I want to ask Drake a question after you finish, man.
But yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, because that kind of guy is the guy that ends up being brought to weddings as the +1 or family functions, and like he gets so involved with her group and her family that he's now family, and he's thinking, oh, one day I'm just gonna smack or whatever, and it's not gonna happen. If you like, there's a reason that there's the saying, the ship has sailed. Your ship might be sailing out. Like, you got to get it before the anchor comes up. You got to say something. That's all I'm saying.
I was that guy. I mean, I was in love with a woman for years and never told her anything.
Hey,
and
you know, oh, I'm sorry.
Happens.
Hey, Mike, could you highlight a comment in the chat for me? It's no. You see what no says? My ex waited 19 years. Could you highlight that for me? Now look at this, buddy. This is for you friend zone dudes. You gonna wait 19 years in her friend zone, and you gonna get with her. And when she figure out she don't like you, she gonna chop you off and go get another nigga. That's why you don't deal with the friend zone.
A lot of shit happened.
My ex waited 19 years. You
There's
hear
a lot of
her
stuff
ex,
went down.
her ex almost put in a full career waiting to get that.
So Dre, hello.
That's a
you
military
niggas is doing this shit to yourselves.
Hold on, Dre said something early. I want to get him to understand. So Dre, earlier you said that I think it was you. It was one of y'all up there, one of y'all two. But y'all said that when you get a woman, just because you got a woman, now other women want you. Do y'all agree with that?
Cap.
Yeah, you're more appealing to women.
I was
Cap, that ain't Trigger Mike. You know that ain't all dudes. You heard me? Some of you dudes out here get a woman. You heard me? You get her and y'all live a nice, happy life, and you know ain't no chick checking for you, dog. Like, come on.
Listen,
I'm gonna be real with you. Hold on, E-Man, because I ain't never had that effect. When I got in a relationship with a bitch, ain't no other chicks was checking for me. You heard me?
You an exception.
So I know that's cap. And I know I ain't no anecdotal experience.
Nah, we know. Granville, we let your young ass come up here. Now all of a sudden, everybody's bitches and hoes. If you don't watch your damn mouth,
Uncle Mike, I'm
E-Man,
sorry. I don't mean to disrespect the old
you
heads.
good,
I
you good, little
apologize.
bro.
But
You
let
good,
me
little
tell you
bro.
what really happens.
I was about to say, I need to hear this explanation. Go ahead, E-Man.
Let me tell you what really happened. Nigga, you start brushing your teeth because you got a woman. You start brushing your hair. She start dressing you. You start
Can I address the question? Can I address the question, Mike? Let me address the question, right?
Hold on. Can I have like listen?
All right, hold on. All right, E-Man, finish, and then Dre gonna respond.
Oh man.
So you start dressing better because you got a woman. She start dressing you. She said, "Hey, baby, that don't match, baby. You need to put something else on." Like she start making you look better. Start making you do things you weren't doing when you were single. You ain't walking out the door with BO anymore. You putting on deodorant. Listen, I'm telling you the reason that women start liking married men is because it typically is proven that married men start taking better of themselves. That's kind of what it is. It's not just because you walking down the street with a woman. I'm gonna let Dre.
I thought you know I rock with you. I thought you was about to say something profound. I'm not on your side.
Yeah, he went left,
Dre,
like for real.
That's
I mean,
that's not the reason.
No, Mike. No, Williams. No, Williams. We go to the gym. Us single men go to the gym. We work out. We get swole. We get our money up. We get our job up. We go for that promotion. We buy that new car to get the woman.
All right, hold on. Let's let Dre respond. It was to him.
I think you're mistaken in the belief that this is some sort of opinion. It's actually fact, and it's rooted in biology. It's called make choice copying, right? That's the inherent attraction to women. Sorry, inherent attraction by women to men who are attractive to other men, right?
What?
So let me say that again. Let me say that again. The inherent attraction of women, the inherent attraction of women to men who are attractive to other women.
Oh, you said men. I was like, what?
No. So it called a matrix selection. The reason for it is that when you look at it, women naturally, when they vet men, what do they look for? He's not a weirdo. He's socially calibrated. He's safe. He's not going to take me down an alley somewhere and murder me, right? Women are naturally concerned about their personal safety. So when a woman sees another woman with a man, she has socially vetted that man to be safe, right? So it's not when you, this is all, I challenge you to look up make choice copying and really understand how this works. They did an experiment with chimpanzees, right? They put a chimpanzee by himself. All the female chimpanzees didn't want to know. Soon as they put a female chimpanzee next to the male chimpanzee, all the female chimpanzees are suddenly gravitating towards him.
So let me add to what Dre said, because Dre hit it on hold on, Sparkle. Dre hit it on the biological standpoint. Now, the reason I got smoke with you, E-Man, is because you call all men dusty before they get their woman. I've been fly since before I met my wife. You watch your damn
I don't know why E-Man
my
doing
clothes,
that, dog.
I've been wearing deodorant since I was a young chap out here. She did, like, literally, my wife never bought me clothes. Like, I've been fly. What are you talking about? This is the United States of America. We are obsessed with fashion. We are obsessed with looking good. How could you say that stuff out of your mouth? Women actually choose you because of the outfit they got on. How could you say that we out here looking dusty when that's the one thing black men especially are not looking like? We be the brokest dude in there with Versace on.
Listen to his statement. See, Trigger Mike, you are an example of a man who got woman regardless of if you had a woman or not. I'm not talking about that guy. He's talking about the guy who was not getting no woman. This is what he said. He was getting no attention from women.
I actually never made that statement. I never said that.
Scenario. You making up. You moving the goalposts and you making up stuff now. You can't make up stuff to prove a point. You can't do that, bro. You need to address what he said directly. Don't be making up stuff.
So as a chimpanzee, not get chimpanzee. I mean, this is why you use animals.
Here we go. All three of y'all got to talk at one time. Show some kind of panel discipline. Trigger might give y'all a chance to talk.
I just wanted to say you mixing up what I said with what he said.
No, what I am saying is If a man had no problem getting women, it doesn't matter if a woman was beside him or not. The women gonna come regardless. I'm not talking to that guy. The guy that I'm talking about is based off the statement I heard, and I acknowledge that I said I might have heard it wrong. But the guy who was not getting no attention, like the chimpanzee, he wasn't getting no attention from the women. And then as soon as he added a woman to the situation, he started getting all the attention. When Trigger Mike went on his whole little saying, he was like, I've been fly since I came out my mama, since day one.
I didn't
He
say
was
that.
getting, I know, but listen, he was getting attention regardless. He never had a woman problem. But typically, when women get with men, they try to start fixing them. They say, man, you need to get your hair cut. You need to do this. Like, that's naturally what women do. They want you to look better. If you are a reflection of her.
Listen, I'm the one who raised this point initially, right? And it's just like how when you have a job, it's now easier to find another one, and it's hard to find one when you don't, right?
Right.
When you're a married man, if you're walking around with a ring, psychologically, as a woman, because look, you got to realize the stuff us women are taught. We're told all men ain't ish, all men cheat, all this, that. The minute you see a married man who looks good, put together, psychologically, that woman thinks, okay, this is a man who can commit. He's got the capacity to because he's married, right? This is a man that wants to be, legit. Plus, he looks good. Plus, he's that attracts her. Whether he's taken or not, she's looking at the fact that is one of those men that is capable of giving me that. And then there's the ego thing, the chase of, I could wonder if I could turn his head off his wife onto me. Because women are just as hunter-gatherer as men, just on a very different predatory level, right? So it's, I forget Dre's term, but it is that copy match thing. It is that. It's not so much about, you look good, you smell good. Because just like Enter Black Dragon said, single guys be in the gym, wearing cologne, chained up, looking all fly as well, and they get tons of women. But those women usually looking at those men for a one-night situation. The women who are looking at men for long-term often look for men who are already taken, which is sad and it's scary for me as a married woman. But I'm telling you, that's the fact.
She's
wrong. How can you say no?
I shake my head. I don't think
you gonna tell a woman she's wrong.
Can I ask you one question? Can I ask you one question? How many stories have you heard of the woman clinging on and saying that, oh, he said he's going to get a divorce and he's going to get rid of her and I'm going to become the main woman? How many of those stories?
I don't think it's the majority. See, just because it happens, listen,
it's enough.
Listen, it's not enough.
Dude, it's a plethora of women. It's a plethora of women out there doing that nonsense, man. And let's talk about the quality of those women. Most of those women are incapable. They might got a whole bunch of kids. They got a whole bunch of problems. They are incapable.
Wrong.
Dude, not all. No.
Honestly, right? Do you know what? It sounds to me like you're around some
do you work in the office?
It sounds to me like you're around a lot of really good women, but I'm telling you, some of these really competitive, masculine type modern women, they're not looking at these things with morals and standards. They're looking at these things about what can I get? This is about me. Mm-hmm. And they see this man often. I mean, look, the perfect example, right? The high value man. Look at all these rich celebrities, rappers, basketball players, whatever. Most of them are married. They have women dropping their panties all the time because they think, well, yeah, he's married, but what about me?
Right.
It's very.
Have you ever worked in office?
Very simple.
All right, we're gonna.
Have you ever worked in office?
We're gonna get the last topic going, so I can.
Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
Go up out of here.
Sorry,
we're gonna start with who hasn't gone in a while, Mr. Rich.
Me.
How long is too long to be in the friend zone? Men or women?
I mean, you don't want to be in the friend zone and be ignorant about it for any appreciable length of time. It's as simple as that. I mean, if you have a woman that puts you on the friend zone, and if you're actively dating, and once you know you're in the friend zone, you kind of should be moving on. Unless you have some other kind of relationship with this person, a classmate or a colleague or a client or something like that. If you especially if you made your move and she kind of firmly put you in the friend zone. Like I said, when I was dating, I had a budget for women, right? I mean, because I didn't have no money, so I had to, so if I took a woman out and I knew I couldn't get past first base, that was it. I'm not gonna just waste my time.
Oh
So
shit, Cat
it was.
Daddy.
Go ahead. I thought somebody said something. So that's it. So I don't give you a time. It depends on the woman. Depends on what you think your chances are. But once you know you're in the friend zone, you gotta stop wasting any more emotional energy on that woman.
Yep.
That's the way I say it.
Can I go next?
You know what? You go ahead, Grandview.
1 minute, a second, a moment. That is too long in the friend zone. If you know you like somebody, you need to tell them right then and there to see what's up. Because you're going to be wasting time, your brain, and your potential on getting somebody that's going to rock with you.
You know what, Granville? You young, but you wise on this topic. Because let me tell you something
based
on what you said. Because the dudes that I've known, see, these dudes are afraid to get labeled, right? But the dudes that I've known that are swift assholes in this way, they've almost did the woman a favor. What's up? What are we doing?
Fact.
Where we at?
Right.
Where we at with this? I ain't got time to be. And they move on. And these men, like typically in different ways in life, end up getting what they want because they're blunt and upfront. So that's kind of weird that you say that.
But that's the whole issue though, bro. Stop wasting y'all time. Just because you think you're taking her out, going on dates, being nice to her, texting a grand rising queen, all this, you know what I'm saying? Sending a little cutesy texts and stuff. You think she gonna eventually come around? No, my guy. No. Women know what they like. Stop wasting your time. And women, when a nigga tell you who he is, stop trying to change him. Goofy.
My man. All right, E-Man.
I'm a little bit different from y'all. I think if a person is aware that they're in the friend zone and they have made that decision that they want to be in the friend zone and they are educated on where they at, they should stay there for as long as they want to. Like this idea that we're trying to force our beliefs on other people are completely crazy. It's dudes that's comfortable being in the friend zone. He like that. Like if I sit down with a dude and I'm saying, "Hey, bro, you're in the friend zone. She don't seem like this," and I educate him where him at, he said, "Yeah, I know that's the position I'm at." Let that nigga stay where he at. Like, why should I try to convince him that he's supposed to do something different from his life? What we do is we project what we believe on other people. I think if a person's comfortable and that's what they want to be with that person, they should stay there until they feel like they should move.
Yeah, but I don't see anybody really projecting. We say this is how I thought the question was how we would handle it. Somebody else wants to stay in the friend zone, go ahead and waste your time. But I hear what you're saying.
If this was Fight Club, E-Man, I would have some words for you.
I thought the question was directed to each person, but anyway, go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, if you gotta understand where I'm at. I'm like this right here. Our job is just to give them the information. Hey, bro, this relationship 9 times out of 10 ain't gonna go nowhere. Saying she got you in the friend zone. Do you like being in the friend zone? If he turn around and say, I like this, that, and the third, I let him stay there because that's what he want to be at. I just think that we can't say that he's wasting his time because that's how he chose to spend his time. If he chose to spend his time in the friend zone, his friends and family are educated that he's in the friend zone. We can't then be mad at him because he's not living out our best life. He needs to live his best life.
Going out the other part of it, brother. I mean, I hear what you're saying until you say we're trying to convince him. If a person told me they were in a friend zone, I agree with you. If he wants to stay there, it's not up to me to tell him to get out. But I certainly would give him some advice. You're wasting your time, right? Yeah, well, I want to stay here. Then I'll let him go ahead and waste his time. But I still would give him the kind of advice that I think would be beneficial moving forward. Now, he don't have to accept it, and I will pass no judgment on. But men staying in the friend zone, that's energy, man. That's energy. It's a lot of energy when you're around women that you can't get what you really want. And then when the right one comes up, will you be ready for it? You know, so I'm saying, man, anytime you have interaction with people, there's energy being transferred.
So,
You know,
Mr. Payne, let me ask you this question, Mr. Payne. What if he is smashing? What if he's in the friend zone? He ain't got no community, but he's smashing. He's getting what he wants. Should he stand
That
for
ain't no
somebody
friend
else?
zone,
That
E-Man.
is
That ain't no
still the
friend
friend
zone
zone.
though, bro.
There ain't no
That
friend
is
zone no
still
He
more.
getting
the
cheeks,
friend
dog. He
zone.
getting cheeks.
So hold on,
That
just
ain't friend
because
zone. He laundry.
I
He
want to make
dry
I want to
cleaning,
make
my
sure.
guy.
Hold on,
Let
listen.
me ask me the
I want to
question.
make sure.
He dry cleaning. He
Order,
getting in there and getting out. That ain't
order
friend
in the
zone.
court. Order in the
If he's
court.
if he's getting some, it's not the friend zone.
What is he?
He's
He in
getting
a
benefits.
relationship now just because he's smashing?
No,
What
because
is it
E-Man,
called?
because E-Man, listen, there's a difference between fuck buddies and friend zone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not.
There's a difference.
Yeah.
Friend zones don't have access to
You
sex.
crazy. You crazy. All the friend zone people having sex.
No, they
E-Man,
don't.
E-Man,
They
listen.
not.
That's
They
what
fuck
y'all talking
buddies.
about.
Can I say this
that's
one
what.
thing? Can I say this
What
one thing?
other friends y'all
Because
got?
it's a valid point. It's a valid point. Listen,
Look,
That's where
look.
we had a disconnect.
Wait,
We
hold
don't
up.
have a
it's a
definition
valid
of
point,
that.
bro.
E-Man just told on himself because he said, "What kind of friends y'all got?" He's smashing them ladies. That he fuck buddies.
I'm about to say, but look, E-Man, be real with yourself, dog. If friend zone dudes was getting cheeks like that, you wouldn't have these dudes complaining out here like that, bro.
That's right.
Let's
Yeah, they
be
would.
real.
I think if you're in the friend zone, you should tell your expectations. I have no problem come over here, move the TV.
He in the friend zone because he's scared to say something.
Listen.
She in the friend zone because she's scared to say something.
No,
Easy,
chill out. I
Bucky,
know
easy,
y'all
Bucky.
used to interacting with one group of people, but I'm telling you right now, it's dudes that's in women friend zone that's smashing. They got unlimited access to the women.
Man, he the cleanup man. He ain't no friend zone.
No.
Yo, can I speak? Can I speak?
All right, go ahead, Ennis. You go.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna flip it. So at this current moment, I actually have a young lady who calls me regularly, man, and she is something that it's not happening. I don't care, what. It's just not happening. I know her personality. Everything. She calls me like this last night, man. She's on the call, video call. Sexy little bra. I mean, looking nice, but she just not happening. And I told her, like, we talked and stuff, and it's like it's not going to go there. It's definitely not going to go there because you just don't fit my purpose. You don't fit my direction. So it took a little time to like figure that and put my discipline myself there. But it's just she knows where she's at, but she still chooses to call. She still chooses like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm on the computer. I'm editing right now.
So she tried to get at you. This
You
is
a
my
bad
question. She tried to
friend.
get at you.
You a bad
Yeah,
friend.
constantly.
You a bad friend. You should
So
block
she
her.
said. So she said,
Why?
Ennis, look, I'm trying to do
let me
something.
You should
no
block her.
wait. Let me tell you the reason why that she's sort of valuable though. Is because like my move is to Africa. She is an American that's moved to Africa, and with the business that I do,
Just like this woman. Easy.
she's actually introduced me to people that have actually helped me to grow, my business in the direction that I'm going. So she is valuable to me. But that's and I've had to express it to her. It's like, yo, but so it's like, do I cut her off and then I cut off my nose
Yep.
to spite my face,
Yep.
or but
Put 'em up.
she's valuable because I'm
You
my
might have to
business
break her off a piece.
moving.
That's what you're trying to say.
No, you
Nah,
should
it's
you should
it's
cut her
not
off.
happening.
Listen,
It's not
I
happening.
think I
It's
think
not
I think
happening.
let me tell you what, because I think we tell women this all the time. We tell women, don't use somebody if you know that man got feelings for you, cut him off. And then on the flip side of that, we say it's okay for a dude that to be knowing that a person's intentions is to be with you and to string them on because they can benefit you from a business relationship.
But I'm not
If you
stringing her on. I've told her.
you
I've
are,
told her. No, I told her. I told her she don't fit. I
so
told her she don't fit.
I
She's
think if
my
you know that
age.
this person got feelings for you and she want to be with you on that level, you should cut her off. Because we give
No,
women Trigger Mike, we don't give women that same advice, or are we gonna be different with the men?
All right, moving on to the next panelist. Neighborhood. Neighborhood, get in on this. Y'all gonna go for hours. I gotta go in a few minutes. Come. Neighborhood.
I'm going to say this and I'm going to be definitive on this. I have traveled all around this country. I have women in every city all around this country that I am friends with, that I could call them on the phone, come to their house, lay in a bed or their bed if I chose to, and don't have to spend $1, no simping, because I'm their friend. Like, friend zone is whatever you choose to call it. Now, I don't have to have sex with her because I don't want to. If I wanted to, I would. If I could, I could. But I don't because I choose not to, because that's just my friend. Like, I don't have like male friends. Like, I'm one of the brothers. It's all women for me. My 12 disciples will be women. It's not going to be no men.
This
So,
is wild, man.
with
This is
that
crazy.
being said, now again, I take that with all of the punishment that comes with having females all around you. I understand that I look at things a certain way from a certain purview. I may think of things a little differently than most men may think of them, but I also will do all of the other things too, because I have that background in my toolbox. But
ladies, look at ladies. When you break up with your man and it's late at night and you try to call neighborhood because you're trying to get him to talk about the bad breakup, don't you let him in that house because he come and get it.
Nah, I don't want it.
He come and
Because
get
like
it.
I tell all the women, if you stop having sex with men that don't get sex, you won't have those problems. Because I, as a man, what do I need your vagina for if I got a ample sum on my end? You are just one extra that I don't need to add to the clip. So they understand that, because I'm going to be truthful with them. Like, hey, Daryl, when you go to every city, do you be with a woman? Yes. Do you have sex with them? Maybe. Like, it's not really something that we going to have a conversation about that they are going to be able to definitively answer one way or another. Now, I am a forensic interrogator by trade, so you will never pin me down. So it's not really up for debate in a situation with me and them, because I'm going to win that argument. However, men can be friends with women and not have sex with them, even if it is offered on the table. It depends on said man. If you are a weak man, you will fall prey to all of the ills and the wills of women. If you are a stronger man, you're gonna make the decisions that are in your best interest. And if your best interest is not having sex with that woman, you won't. Hopefully.
So that he made a good point. Hold on. No, he made a good point. I want to ask you guys that if the man have control whether he wants to have sex or not, is he still considered in the friend zone?
Look, not necessarily, guys. The reason why men deal with women is very simple. Men typically want sexual access. Everything comes after. Women want attention and resources. If a guy's in a position where he can get sexual access, whether he wants it or not, he's not in the friend zone.
I learned from the women. I learned from the women that attention and resources is better. Because if I get your attention and resources, whatever I need from you, I get from you.
Let King get in there because he about to end the show. You got a minute. I'm just telling you, you got 60 seconds to be up out of here.
All right, who hasn't gone on this yet?
King.
I'm really.
Can I just say something?
Yes, sir.
Just very quickly. Most guys have no choice but to be in the friend zone. The worst of the friend zone is actually the customer frame, which is what a lot of guys are in, which is paying for OnlyFans, paying for porn, etc. Most guys do not get any attention. That's the reality. So they have no choice but to be in the friend zone. That's the closest they can get to a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they'll stay in there for as long as they can. I say to guys, look, most of us, let's be honest, until you become a somebody, grow your value, earn some money, and become somebody, you're invisible to women. You could be the best looking guy in the world, but the moment a woman starts dealing with you and she realizes you have nothing to give beyond sex, she's not going to deal with you. So most guys have no choice but to remain in the friend zone. And I say, you know what? It's better than the customer frame and paying for OnlyFans, etc. Stay in there, grow your value. Somehow you might be able to wiggle your way out of the friend zone and maybe get to smash. But you know, it is what it is.
Right. So why do all these pookies? The pookies ain't got no problem. They ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing but penis. And you making this statement like because it's women
that's a small proportion of men. You're talking about most men do not get sex. What don't you understand?
He's right.
Most guys don't get sex.
They're not, dog.
Let me hear from King. I want to hear King.
Yeah, King. King.
I got you. It's just that what you guys are describing, if a man is able to get the sexual access to that particular woman, he's not. That's not the friend zone, y'all. That's not that. If
Exactly.
you can smash, that's not the damn friend zone. Because what do we know about women? Women are emotional creatures by nature, right? If a woman opens up her legs to you, unless she's a flat out slore, which we have those in 2023, a woman cannot just give you sexual access unless she actually likes you. She has to like you. So what y'all are describing with a man that can do that, who can get the sexual access to that particular woman, she likes him. Unless he paying for it. Because that's big in 2023 too. Unless you paying for it, or unless she's just everybody remembers the high school, hoe. Everybody remembers her. Unless it's that type of a woman, you are not getting sexual access to that particular woman unless she likes you. That is not the friend
So
zone.
King, let me ask you a question.
What's
So
up?
if you're friends with a woman,
Yeah.
you go out one time, she pay for the food. The next time y'all
Who
just
doing
go
that?
vice versa, huh?
Women doing that? Women
Yeah.
paying for the food?
Yeah, they do.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. I don't know what y'all experience with women.
Yeah, I was about to
But
say I've had many of women be like, you know what, you
I'm
always
here.
get this. Let me do something for you. So that's pretty common.
But King, what if you mutually get in, like y'all pay, y'all, the financially is mutual? Is that considered friend zone? Are you
Typically, what do you mean by financially is mutual? What do you mean?
She pays sometimes, I pay some, let's say 50-50. 50%
Okay.
of the time she's gonna pay for the food, 50% I'm gonna pay for it.
Okay.
Because this is how I see friends work. When you friends, I don't have to, when I go out with my friends, I don't have to pick up the bill every time. I open my heart with Trigger Mike. Trigger Mike will pick up the bill. Like I'm not advocating for people to have users around them. That's not what I'm not advocating for that. But when we talk about this thing called friend, if you're mutually benefiting from each other, are you considered in the friend zone?
It's what does the word platonic means? It means non-sexual, right? So is that relationship between man and woman platonic? And if that's if that is the value loaded exchange that y'all are having, to where hey, we go out, you enjoy my company, I enjoy yours, you pick up the tab sometime, I pick up the tab sometime, and it is 100% platonic. Yes, that's friends.
That's friends.
It's all with that word platonic.
So no King, so if no sex is involved, if we both should a man be in a friendship or a friend zone where he's getting something from her financially and she's getting something from him financially.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes. That is your friend. Platonic though. It has to be platonic.
Okay, so what that's saying is if the relationship was like that, how long do you think a man should stay in that type of friendship?
Yeah,
as long as he wants to. As long as he wants to.
I think no. He's complaining. No. You used two words. You used two words. It's two words. He's two words. He's friendship and friend zone, and those are completely two different things.
Right.
A friend zone. When you've been put in a friend zone, the woman that you want to have sex with or a relationship with is not interested in that with you. You have been put in the friend zone. A friendship is a mutual exchange. You both aren't interested in sex. Sex is off the table. It was never on the table in the first place. Friend zone is about sex, or the lack thereof. There is no sex. You will always be friend zoned. You will not ever be her sexual partner.
Close us out, Trigger Mike. We appreciate y'all
Listen,
coming.
Go ahead, Margo, before we get out of here.
Okay, firstly, there's a reason why there's a saying, doing to others as you would have them do unto you. This all sounds super selfish. Now, one thing I would say is this, right? If you're that guy, because I'm going to flip it both ways. If you're the guy that's waiting to just hit it and smash and then tick her off, ghost her and disconnect, because all you're going to do is make that woman catch feelings and then think, see, all men are trash. So don't do that. That's just low down. But if you're a woman and you have a guy in the friend zone who you know you're not going to get with, you know you don't want, don't waste his time, money, or resources. It's not fair to him. You make yourself
do that.
You make yourself look cheap by doing that too, because you're just using the guy. Don't do that to people.
And women
Now,
will do that.
if you choose to sit in the friend zone, more fool you. You're just hurting yourself. But as Mike asked, how long? To put a time cap on it.
It's hurting. Listen.
Wait. No, I would say, to answer Mike's question, how long is too long? I would say a year to 2 years tops. And even that's high. That's long. That's a long time. That's long enough to know if someone's into you or not. That's a plenty of time to know if someone's into you or not.
Hey, y'all, let me just say this.
Listen, because firstly, women talk. We talk a lot, right? We give you enough info for you to know if we're into you or not. All you have to do is listen, pay attention, and you'll know. Now,
how do it hurts? Where's the pain at?
I'll answer you. Firstly, egos and feelings, men and women have those. They get hurt both ways. Rejection is a painful thing, but women will use you guys for your resources and your time. And resources for some men that spend the money that they don't have, they're in the credit cards trying to floss and trying to do all the rest of it. That will hurt you.
Hell no. What hurts is when your ass end up in her phone as food.
Right.
Your ass end up in her phone as food. Oh, that's gonna hurt you.
Let's be honest.
No.
But let's be honest. If you have feelings for her, because we know men get them as well. If you have feelings for her and you think, do you know what, I'm really into this girl. This is the girl I want to take home to meet mom and all the rest of it, and she's not into you, trust me. Listen, men might not be men might not be as emotional as women, but when you guys fall, you fall hard. And it can take you longer to get over the relationship than it can take a woman to get over the
Just need some ass.
It's not fair to a man for a woman to leave him in that position just because she's gaining from it. It's cheap. It makes her look cheap. It's disrespecting you and her. So woman, if you really care for the guy, take him out of the friend zone. Ghost him. Do whatever you have to do. Don't abuse someone like that. It's disrespectful.
No, listen, I'm not see, because y'all trying to make this unique to the friend zone. If I have a male friend and
that's what it's about.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
No, because,
y'all are so emotional. Y'all just let this woman talk for damn 3 minutes and y'all ain't say shit.
My baby girl. E-Man, you got 15 seconds. Get your stuff off.
Listen, if two men are friends and it's not mutually beneficial, you should end that friendship. So I'm not saying that if a man doesn't have a mutual benefit of being a friend with a woman, he should not end that friendship. That's friends, period. But when we try to say you could be in the friend zone where y'all both have mutual gain from that relationship.
No, because that's a friendship. Friend zone and friendship.
Right.
You're,
bro,
understand that.
We agree with you. We all agree with you. But that's a friendship.
Please pull up the definition of friend zone, because y'all giving this y'all own definition.
One is self-serving.
There's only one definition of friend zone. You trying to change it, and then you say friendship. Well, if the man and the man is a friendship, well, it's a friend. No, it's two separate things. That's why they're two separate words. That's why there's friendship, which is a ship is something that you do together, and there's a friend zone. Somewhere put you somewhere else. A zone. You get it? I can't get any more literal than that.
A situation in which a friendship exists between two people, one of whom has an unreciprocated romantic or sexual interest in the other.
Listen.
It's self-serving to put someone in the friend zone. Friendship, you both benefit.
We agree with you, but what you're describing, bro.
No, I cannot. Y'all literally are gonna get another episode on friend zone only. And E-Man, you better show your ass up because now it's everybody against you.
And keep that word
You better
friendship
be
out
there.
your mouth. It's friend zone, not
Who the
friendship.
hell are you talking to, Black Driver? Hello, first of all, Black Driver.
You men could be friendship. No, we
I'm
ain't
done
doing
with
that.
light-skinned people on my panel today. Y'all done enough. Y'all done enough. All
Thank
right,
you,
y'all.
thank
10
you,
seconds
Trigger
or
Mike.
less. 10 seconds or less. I gotta go. We're gonna start with Sparkle. Can men and women be friends? Yes or no? Sparkle, what you got?
Yes or no to what? Sorry.
Can men and women be friends? Yes or no?
Ain't even paying attention.
He trying to start all over.
No,
I'm about to drop
no. Only
No.
only if the spouse is involved. Otherwise, no.
All right. Enter Black. Oh man. Oh my man. EBD about to blow. Gaslight us. Oh. Can men and women be friends? What do you think?
They can be friends depending if it was built on the friendship.
All right. Dre, what do you think? Can men and women be friends?
I said it before. I mean, women offer very little utility outside of sex, so just consider carefully before you get into a friendship with a woman.
Bet. Ennis, what you got? Can men and women be friends?
I'm gonna piggyback off of Dre. Yeah, so just leave it at that.
Got you. E-Man, please don't start any fights with anyone and answer the question. Can men and women be friends?
Into the Black ever fix his lips again and tell me what I need to say out of my motherfucking mouth.
Bye, E-Man. Bye, E-Man. E-Man out here terrorizing the panel. Mr. Rich, can men and women be
Yeah,
friends?
men and women could be friends under the right circumstances.
Okay. Neighborhood.
Men, anything you do for a woman more than 3 times is no longer a favor. It is an obligation. Have a good night.
That's something to put on. We establishing rules out here. Okay. All right. I'm gonna think on that one. That sound legit.
No, it didn't.
All right, Granville, Youngin, take us out.
I just gotta say this. Some of y'all was right today, some of y'all wasn't. But on this topic right here, all y'all toxic anyway. So it really don't matter. Listen, when hormones get involved and coochie and that peen get involved, the worst thing you could do is get in between it. The worst thing you could do.
The worst thing or the best thing? I'm pretty sure the best thing.
The worst thing.
Okay.
But yeah,
Some people beg.
but to
All
be
right.
honest, yes, you can be friends. I think you can be
No,
friends.
you can't.
You just got to find a way to have healthy boundaries for both people, hands down.
I would argue that most
Somebody
people
gonna
can't
eventually
establish
stop
because most people can't establish those boundaries. That's my point with
No
mature
discipline.
people. All right, man. I want to thank the panel today. Y'all be good, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Next topic. Thank y'all for coming through to the Trigger Mike Show.
Peace,
Y'all know
Trigger
I'm rocking
Mike.
with y'all.
Peace.
All right.
Peace.
See y'all next time. Thanks, Brody, for coming through. Everybody, thank you for another great episode. Make sure on your way out, you hit that like button if you have not subscribed to the show. Thank you for tuning into another great Trigger Mike Show. Our topic today was, can men and women be friends? I think the panel made a good case for you today. They gave you some good entertainment. So please make sure you send a super chat for that. If you cannot, share this out to everyone so they know what you're watching in the morning or night and what's getting you through your workday. Please check out the Lapeef Experience channel. Also, check out tonight we have Bridging the Gap with Kelly. That's on the Lapeef Experience channel. Jump off this show real quick. Jump onto that channel. Hit the like, subscribe button, and hit that bell for notifications so you know when more hot programming is coming on. They got The Solution on that channel, Bridging the Gap with Kelly, and on Fridays we got what is it called? The She Critique on that same channel. Hot fire for you. I'm usually on those shows too if you're a fan of Trigger Mike. Also, make sure you check out my shorts on my own personal channel at Trigger Mike Show on YouTube and Instagram. I would really love to get to 1,000. So if y'all can help me out with that, please jump over to that channel and hit the subscribe button as well. I appreciate everybody coming out. We'll see you a little later. Make sure you come by to Bridging the Gap with Kelly tonight. See y'all then. I'm out.